Bit of an upgrade on the track. New surface has been laid down. First opportunity for a lot of the athletes competing today to utilise this in competition. But it's wonderful to have that investment from the Hamilton City Council. And very shortly will actually be opened officially, if you would. We've already had some age group competition this morning, and as always, jam-packed. If you've watched track and field long enough, you know there will not be a lot of time to jump out, get a cup of tea, grab a coffee. It is going to be busy as we get an opportunity there. You can see microphone in hand, that's Chris Strange, and just to his right, that is the Mayor of Hamilton, Paula Southgate. And Paula, no doubt, will say a few words, and then we'll have the opportunity as well for her to start our first event of the day. That's going to be the men's steeplechase over 3,000 metres, sponsored by Vizique O'Hagan Vision Care. And it is lovely to have the Mayor here to open this particular facility. Obviously, it's not cheap when you're resurfacing and upgrading sporting stadia, no matter what the sport. It is great that so much work has been done, because for a long time this has been a wonderful venue, of course, used primarily for track and field. It has also, though, been utilised for the likes of football, very rarely, rugby and league as well. For the most part, as there you get a great shot of it. As I say, a wonderful new surface. Busy old day as per normal. We will start off with this 3,000 metres, then we'll move into 300 metre hurdles. That's for the under 18. And then also some 400 hurdles as well before we get to look at just one of the first real stars of the meeting today. That is the world 200 metre para champion, Daniel Aitchison.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon, isn't it? Pleasure to be here. I won't be speaking for very long because we've all come for the same reason, and that's to let the athletes out to do their
Lovely high banks over on the far side there. Good trees, the hedges around as well, which is quite good if the breeze gets up a little bit. Sutton leading them through. Really sort of trying to up the tempo here a little bit early on. As I say, we've got a lot of very good athletes, and we mentioned about the Olympic Games later on in the year. That'll be a big focus for some of our para athletes who will see competing over 100 metres very shortly. A few that have already booked their place in Paris, others trying to punch their ticket. Quite a few of them very close, but have already made some really good starts to the season. So the likes of Danielle Aitchison, who's ranked second in the world over the 100. Of course, the world 200 metre champion, Danielle. This is a home event for her, as it is Sutton leading them over the water jump. It's a great, spectacular sight for the photographers to be able to utilise. Get nice and low and get those wonderful action shots. So at the moment it is Michael Sutton out of Tauranga, leading at the moment. Catch a hold, it looks as though Toby Tasker sitting in second spot at the moment. Up and over and clearing. So 3,000 metres. See some of the officials there. Just designate them the grey shirts trimmed with green and the black trousers. As always, I know they get plenty of love right throughout the athletic summer, as they rightfully should. All the wonderful time that they give up and the efforts that they do to be able to make this sport run so nice and smoothly. Sutton moving really nicely at the moment at the front of this field. Lovely up on the toes, grimacing a touch. As you can see the high jump just getting warmed up as well. Notice how he gets a really good plant on the top of that hurl and really pushes himself forward. While it is a spectacular sight to see the athletes go splashing into the water, their preference is not to do that. So it is Tasker in second spot. And you go back to look and repeat. That's 1, 2, 3. So Sutton, Tasker, repeat. Repeat just dropping slightly. Tasker part of the Whippets running project. They're just trying to drop repeat here a little bit. And just trying to move up onto the shoulder, just reminding Michael Sutton that he's here and he's lurking. And now that pair starts to pull away from the Victoria University athlete. In fact, now Tasker is just sliding past Sutton, so he's decided to just up the tempo here a touch. So Michael Sutton with a PB, 9 minutes 12. Of course, this is we've seen Geordie Beamish go very well in. Also a New Zealand record holder now as well over the 5. So we've got a really good history when it comes to this particular event. I guess the name a lot of people think of, particularly some of the older people who have been around track and field for a while. We think of the likes of a Peter Renner. How outstanding he was over the course of this particular event. Really made it his own for such a long period of time. Geordie making it a little bit trendy again. And Toby Tasker here doing a good job as well. Sutton trying to hang on, but a good little break here. Also managed to really gap look and repeat. There's now a clear third spot. Go back to the like of Will Larkin out of Wairarapa. He's in the 4th spot at the moment. And Josh Fitzgerald, the other athlete in this particular field. Sutton trying to hold on here and stick with Tasker, just up that tempo a little bit. Up and over nicely for the pair of them. Slide out again. You see the hammer throw circle. See Anthony Noblo in there later on this evening. Anthony started off in very good form as well. edging very close to what would be a nice little milestone for him, Anthony Novola. Of course, multiple-time national champion, really has dominated the hammer throw for the men. Edging closer to 70 metres, which would be a nice little milestone for him. And he's at a track which doesn't mind the hammer being thrown at distance. We saw only a matter of about 2-3 years ago Julia Radcliffe come out here and break the New Zealand record not once but twice in the women's event. We've obviously seen the likes of Lauren Bruce go well here, Nicole Bradley before she stepped away. So it's generally a favourable circle for throwing here at Porritt Stadium. Pretty favourable for the throwers. Here comes Sutton now. He accelerates and just glides beautifully past Tasker. Again, just bided his time, saw what was happening, and now he said, right, I'm just going to put in a little bit of a push here. See if I can break the whippet. It looks as though he's definitely managed to stretch the bungee cord, and it looks as though he's timed that really well. Again, good extension off that water jump. Just the 1 foot in. And then he just eases off. Controlling this nicely is Michael Sutton. Now Tasker just comes back again. A little bit cat and mousey possibly. A bit of a stutter there from Toby. I think he could have taken maybe a second off that. Clock stops there at 9:11.62. So Sutton with a personal best. So yep, confirmation. That is a personal best for Michael Sutton in winning the 3,000 metre steeplechase. Nice work by Toby Tasker. Pushed them all the way. Lorcan Rabit coming in third spot. Tell you what, he wasn't too far away either. That'll be interesting to see what the time is. Now coming through there, you see personal best as well for Lorcan, and now it's a bit of a sprint to the finish by our final two. Just holding on there. That was Larkin. Oh, looks, was it? So a nice couple of personal bests to start. Really enjoying the new surface at Porritt Stadium. There you see, look at that, 3 personal bests. Sutton with a PB, Rabit with a PB, and Will Larkin coming in the third spot. That's nice work by those 5 athletes, and Zach Conroy not making it to the start. So, Lorcan, it's great to have a wonderful crew here. Ben Roger is our director today. Also got Stephen, Harley, Yun Tape out on the cameras.
Okay, we're setting up for 300-metre hurdles now.
Tony Roger, well, he's sort of overlording for us, which is kind of nice to have someone of that experience lurking in the background. Lorcan, a member of the World Cross Country team as well. There you see him. Winner there though on your screen, 4.32 and a personal best time. Nice run by Michael Sutton. Gets set for hurdles action over the 300 metres. As you can see already, we've also got some high jump. That's going to be a fascinating wee battle as well. Keel. No doubt. Hill City University, there you see. From the Cook Islands. Jaden Williamson, fine young jumper. See the hurdles being put into place by our officials in the background there. So the first races will be over the 300 metres. That's for the under 18 women. And we stretch out to the open over 400. As well, women's long jump will be getting underway shortly. Nice clearance. So there you see, this is our 300, and the men's and the women's under 18. Jessica Lathwood, India Nash and Taylor Trow, female athletes in lanes 2, 3 and 4. You see confirmation there. And in lane 6 it's Charlie Ford and Ty Gonzalez. It's been sponsored by Lodge Real Estate. Ladies on the inside, gentlemen to the outside. 300 metres under 18. Starter's hands. India Nash. 2 and 3. Taylor Trow on the outside. Lathwood looks as though she's got the early advantage on the stagger as they get to the second set. There you see male athletes as well competing. It is on the inside Charlie Ford, on the outside it's Ty Gonzalez, who's away from the Lindale Athletics Club. And it's quite even as they make their way into the home straight. Ford with the edge over Gonzalez. Sorry, Gonzalez, I should say, with the edge over Ford to the inside. Really charging hard. He'll come through to finish and win the 300 metres for the men. For the women, well, this is going to be a wonderful performance by Taylor Trow, who comes across. Dip on the line, gets Lathwood ahead of Nash. Trow coming through in 50.25 seconds. The winning time for... Head back to the high jump. 50.25 for Taylor Trow. So just getting the times coming through as well. We can for you the men. Ty Gonzalez with a 43.3 over 300 metres. Charlie Ford 44.94. Another couple of flights of hurdles. There you see confirmation of that particular result. They'll add another couple of flights, and we'll be looking then to the open 400 metres, both the men and the women. the high jump, working through the mental side of things, visualising what they want to try and achieve. As I say, we're getting ready for the 400 hurdles. That was Samuel Burton, by the way, and we were just looking at there before. And we get ready for the 400 hurdles. Small fields. The two competitors in each, Nathan Brown and James Hansen for the men, and in the women it's Grace Wisniewski and Sophie Hancock. It's great to have Tony Roger lurking around, overlording, on the back of yet another very successful Capital Classic as well, Tony. First, great to have you here for a start. You must be pretty stoked with how that went, by the way.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nigel. Good to be here, back in the hometown, of course, and yeah, we had a few battles with the weather early in Wellington last Friday night.
There's a shock.
Yeah, but we got 3 meet records on the track, so the conditions came through pretty nicely in the end, and some great performances. But yeah, just thought I'd chat in about those hurdles there. The youngsters, under 18s, running over 300 hurdles, which has been the distance for secondary school athletes now for a good few years. But earlier in the meet program today, the pre-meet, they ran 200 metre hurdles, which is being advocated for our younger athletes as an intermediary step. And then, of course, in a moment we're going to see the 400 metre hurdlers for senior women and men. So it's times are changing in our hurdle fraternity. So we're taking advice from overseas and our coaching staff what they want to have for getting our distance hurdlers, like getting a few more Cam Frenches out there and Portia Bings.
Yeah, well, look, it's really hard to get people involved in a sport that is known, or an event that is known as the man and or woman killer. Okay, that's always a tough one. I like the idea, though, of that 200 and expanding out. That makes sense, doesn't it, Tony, in terms of just progression, and as you say, try to encourage people to get involved with the sport.
Yeah, for the younger ones in particular, Nigel, I think it's a great progression, particularly, that the 110 hurdles and 100 hurdles, depending if you're male or female, is a tough beast as well, but having those 200 metre hurdles, the way they're done. And Cam French and what's the name, Young Cochrane, and our men's 400 hurdles has been pretty strong in the past, so we need to bring those athletes through.
Nice clearance there from Jean-Andre Pena. On that one. Dale Arbuckle out of Mana. Just there's a little overcast at the moment. There's the odd rain shower forecast. But from what we've seen, as we head back to the high jump, good effort there, but dislodging the bar. What we know is that on days like this, and yep, this is the spot that I call home, on days like this, the rain has got this ability just to sort of come in, say hello, dump on you for about 20 minutes and then slide on through, sometimes even less. And it just feels like one of those days. It's very warm, it's muggy. There's a very mild, and I mean a very, very mild breeze blowing, which will be of use, particularly for these athletes you're seeing here on the long jump, because that breeze will be at their back. That might have been Jamie Fell out of the Hawks Club, local club here at Porritt Stadium. see just another illustration of the army of volunteers and administrators who help. There's Grace Wisniewski just women's to start. With the new surface, the work that has been done to get this in the grounds up to speed for the Porritt Classic. A lot of work being done on the outside field, a grass track that has been utilised by the club while the renovations and the upgrade of the surface has been done. It's Wisniewski at the moment from Hancock. It's the taller Wisniewski on the inside, but this is pretty even at the moment. So we come around with 1:25 to go. Wisniewski with the advantage. Ooh, this is just going to be a straight sprint to the finish. Hancock holding there, Wisniewski on the inside. Almost like a little bit of a grin as if they're trying to make this a little bit of a race. Bit of a stumble from Wisniewski. Hancock on the outside. It's going to be a dip. Wisniewski recovers and wins. Time of around, what do we stop at there? 1:05? I almost thought at one point there I could just see Wisniewski almost looked as though she was starting to giggle. Almost as if they were having a bit of a chinwag as they were going around, having done this I'm sure before. Now you can see as they collapse to the ground, they have absolutely felt it. Wisniewski's time is actually a 1 minute 3.19. She's only won that by 3/10, 300ths. Hancock with a 1 minute 3.22 second time. Here we see Connor Gilliand out of Invercargill. He's travelled a long way to be here. We appreciate. There you see the bar is at 1.80 m. It is in the men's high jump. It's sponsored by the Fairfield Athletics Club. Samuel Burton visualising what he needs to do to get over that 1.80 m. Looked like he had the spring and he's Straight away taking the number off. That's his day done. A little bit frustrating, I'm sure, for Samuel. So just that timing as well. We'll see the bar now move up 5 centimetres. Jandre Pinar just trying to get a bit of a sighter there. The men's 400 metres, again, it's just a 2-man field. Nathan Brown representing the Hamilton City Hawks. He's got a personal best and a season's best of 59.44. James Hansen out of Marlborough. So they're wearing the national colours. I'm sure both of these athletes will be thinking, right, sub 60 be a nice little run this afternoon. There's Pinar getting ready for his first attempt at 1.85 in the men's high jump. Through the visualisation, eyes closed. Now he knows he wants to explode, getting himself fired up. Watching the different machinations that different athletes go through to ready themselves. Seen it again. Now let's execute it, he says. Right, he'll be thinking to himself, look, I probably had the height there, maybe just needed to get a little bit closer in terms of my takeoff. And that's his first look as we go back to Brown and Hansen, just treading water, waiting for their opportunity. So we're not too far away as well from a little bit more sprint action, the first of our para-athletes on display. So be headlined by world champion over 200 metres, Danielle Hutchison, Aitchison, I should say. We'll see her compete over the 2 and the 100. Second in the world over 100. World champ over 2. Right now, the stage is set for Brown and Hansen. Over 400 metres. This is the men's open hurdle presented by Lodge Real Estate. It's all about trying to get that stride length just right in between each hurdle. I tell you what, Hansen at the moment has got a beautiful rhythm going. Lovely long strides. Just that's the first check that we've seen from him. You can see straight away how it just stunted his pace. But gee, through that first 200 he was flowing nicely. Again, just having to check now. Just lost a little bit of rhythm there, and that affects a lot. Brown battling on the inside. He's got back into stride a little bit. Hansen to the outside, and Brown making good ground on him again. This will be a nice little battle. One more flight to go, then a sprint. Back, and now Hansen with a good stretch out to the line, and that's a really good time for both of them. Brown's going to break his PB and season's best. They've both gone. That's 56.10 for James Hansen and a 57.21 for Nathan Brown. So a personal best for the Hamilton Hawk as well. Both of them going well under 60 seconds.
Yeah, so Nigel, it's good to see how now these hurdles are played out, how the tracks are running with new surface. Obviously with plenty of cushion and plenty of bounce, the hurdlers are getting a little bit out of rhythm, I think. I mean, I know they're not overly experienced hurdlers, but you can see that. But it's obviously still fast, and that's why we've got some good times there by those young guys. Good to see James Hansen running his New Zealand Secondary School's colours there, being a team member for the Classics Tour.
I tell you right now as well, he's going to be excited seeing, even though he doesn't run over 400, he only runs over 110. I get the feeling Joshua Hawkins might have a wee grin on his face watching some of those times come through from the ladies and the men's in the hurdles.
Yeah, so we'll get a good idea on that track and the bounce of this new surface when those sprint hurdlers come along, that's for sure. So yeah. Can
you give us a little bit of a background? Because I mean, a lot of people know how they turn up and they say, oh, it's a track. It's that lovely sort of burnt orange colour. It's got the white lines. In terms of a newness to a track, does it have a freshness? Does it have that spring you're alluding to? And how long does it maintain it? Does a track effectively over time? Does it die a touch?
Oh, it definitely dies at a touch, and obviously that's why whenever we go to the major games, we see some pretty smashing times at these major championships like Olympics and World Champs, because they're putting down new tracks for these surfaces for a start. So it really does help the sprinters. And this is a Recatan surface, so it's got a good bit of cushion for the distance runners, and it's got a lot of give, particularly in this beautiful, warm, humid weather we've had since the track's been laid in the Waikato here. It's definitely making it for a good surface for these athletes. But yeah, that extra cushion gives them a bit of extra spring, and you've got to take that into account when you're with your stride pattern for hurdling in particular.
Well, we've seen, as I say, Josh Hawkins has had a really good start to his particular season, and we'll see him over not only the 100 metres but his specialised event of the 110 high hurdles, where he's top of my head, I think he's 8-9-time national champion, something insane like that. Really has dominated the sport. Of course, New Zealand record holder as well, set that in the Aussie Championships last year, and is in good form to start as we go back to Jandre Pena at the men's high jump. Again, going through his preparation. Steps back and explodes towards... There you see it, just slightly closer, and that was the difference. A nice clearance. Almost the frustration on his face. It's kind of like, wow, why couldn't I just do that the first time? Save my energy for a next height. That's a good clearance.
Yeah, no, just going back to Josh Hawkins, he ran a season start back in the Capital Classic last week, ran 14.01. Last year he set the meet record at 14.09, so he's improved on that for his first start of the season. So he's in good form, and he obviously went on to do some good things towards the end of the season, so we look forward to what he might do here today. If he runs a sub 14, I'd say he'd be chuffed.
I'll tell you what I'll be doing definitely prior to that particular race, I might just be reminding myself with regards to what the New Zealand record is. Don't want to go too early, too soon, but look, if we're seeing some nice numbers already from other athletes, it'll be good to see what is possible. Favourable again, will just be a very gentle breeze behind him as we go back to Dale Arbuckle. Going at 185. Just caught that one coming down. Again, looked like he had the height there. Man out of Mana Athletics. And here we are, an opportunity for some of the wonderful para talent that we have in New Zealand. Several of whom today will be thinking long term. We'll be thinking about the Paris Olympics. We see one lady, lane number 3, Danielle Aitchison, silver medal, over 100, 200 metre gold medal. PB of 13.95. Anna Stevens, another one will push her all the way. Gabrielle Wright and Sarah James as well. You see everyone warming up, getting ready. So this will be another good indicator with regards to this particular track. You see Danielle, you see in the green shorts with the black crop top, just moving over into lane number 3. Some of the athletes getting themselves set. Kate Danaher, 209, will be running alongside Danielle. And Stephen will be in lane number 4. Just seeing some of the male para-athletes getting themselves set. An opportunity to get warmed up. Mitch Joint, Jackson Woolley and company. Everything getting set. Back we go to Jandre Pena at the high jump. Clearance. Repeat. Knows what he needs to do. All about routine, isn't it, for some of these athletes? And again, not much in that, and he knows it as well. He'll be feeling that. He'll know that it wouldn't have hit small of the back that hard. He would have known he was close. And we see the Athletes getting set. Lane number 1 will be Sasha Eldazani out of the Egmont Athletics Club. There you see Danielle Aitchison getting herself warmed up. Women's long jump continuing as well. Paddy Walsh has had a great start to the season, the young lady out of North Harbour Bays. It's one of the local athletes out of the Hamilton City Hawks, Georgie Rose Boyd. What we see is now the sun shining. Beautiful sunshine coming through. We're listening to a little bit of rain still falling by the sounds of it on the top of the roof, possibly. Either that there or it's the heat from the roof starting to contract. It's really just gone from being a little dull now to very bright and gorgeous conditions. Almost as if someone knows that it's time for the sprinters to do some work and they're more solar powered than hydro powered. So we go back over to the long jump. Like it might have been Siska Rind out of Tauranga. Very distinctive colour pattern. As we always think Bay of Plenty, we think blue and gold. Tauranga though with the lime green and black. Yeah, 109 I should say. That's Danielle Aitchison. Oh, not far away from seeing her perform. Back to Pina. And another miss. Frustrating. So, lane number 1, Sasha Eldazani. Lane number 2, that's Kate Danaher out of North Harbour Bays. 109 out of the Hamilton City Hawks. That's Danielle Aitchison. Silver medal over the 100 at the World Champs. 200 metre World Champion. Anna Stevens is in lane number 4. And then on the outside, Gabrielle Wright and Sarah James. And both those athletes as well have made very good start to their seasons as well. Interested, as I say, to see what the times are going to be. Again, just the reason we keep repeating it is because we really are just trying to get just a bit of a handle as to what we can expect from this new track. And no better athlete to give us a gauge than a world champion. Athletes getting themselves set. Let me go again. Pina. This will be his last attempt. Already had 2 misses. Let's see whether the sun helps Gendry with this attempt. Oh, so close, and he knew it again as well. Frustrating. Danielle really starting to just get herself dialed in there. He's got a personal best over 100 metres of 13.95. Eldazani, lane number 1. Danaher 2. Aitchison 3. Stephen 4. Wright 6. James 7. Sarah very close as well to setting a qualifying mark over 800 metres. We'll see that a bit later on. Young lady in the cart in the outside lane. Now the opportunity. As they get themselves set. We've seen a good start to the season by Danielle Aitchison in lane number 3. Can you continue that? This event is one of her faves. Home track, home crowd. And away. Good start as well by Aitchison and Stephen too. Lovely action from Danielle Aitchison down to the line. Oh, I tell you what, PB, I think that's gone again. I'm getting the nod as well from Tony Roger. 13.65. Anna Stephen with a personal best of 14.37. Yep, it looks as though, Tony Roger, that they're enjoying the track immensely. That's a really good time from Danielle.
Yeah, as you said, the sun's come out, the track will be nice and warm and soft, plenty of spring, so that's definitely going to help the sprinters on this track.
Well, that is a great start. Sasha Aldazani with a 15.62. Pleased and rightfully so. Sarah James 19.6 and Gabrielle Wright 24.37. As well, that's a wonderful start. That will be very pleasing to that lady on your screen. Silver medalist over 100, busts out a personal best. Absolutely outstanding from Danielle Aitchison. 200 metres still to come as well later in the meet here at the Porritt Classic. You're allowed to smile, Danielle. That was a great run. Ella McDonald, a regular feature in terms of photography. Obviously, J95-ish now. There's Mate Pagier out of the Hill City University Club. Lovely, relaxed approach. Was threatening to make that look way too easy. There's a good star-studded lineup as well. This is the men's 100 metre para. And some more rock stars in here. Will Steadman, Joe Smith, Jackson Woolley, Mitch Joint. This is brought to you by Boutique Physiotherapy. Orbill is in lane 1, Zachary Orbill. William Steadman in 2, Daniel Kitts 3, Joe Smith in 4, Jackson Woolley 5, Mitch Joint in 6. On the outside it's Lucas Pedersen. And away and nicely. Look for Mitch Joint. Coming through quickly at the end. Good race. Oh, he just gets them. Wonderful race there. Check on some of those times as well because they looked pretty sharp. That's 11.72 for Mitch Joint. 11.85 for Joe Smith and just over the 12-second mark there for Jackson Woolley. William Steadman goes 12.3 as well. It's good running, good times. As always, a little thumbs up there from Zach Orbill. He's happy. So that's another good start to Mitch Joint. Takes a while to get up and going. So he's really turned himself into world-class athlete, that young man on your screen. A smile on his face, yeah, he knows it's a good day's work. So the 200 later on as well. You see confirmation of the Gallagher Charitable Trust Women's 100 metre for our para-athletes. Personal best. And by so much, she's taken 3/10 off that. It was a 13.95, so she's taken 3/10 off. Anna Smith as well. Anna Stephen, I should say, a personal best. The other thing too, when we're looking at that on your screen right there, you're looking at that plus minus. So they've just got that half metre per second assistance behind them. Anything over 2 metres per second, and that would void some of the records if they were to be set. Right now, so they'd probably want it to be a little bit more. They'd love it to be maybe 1.5 behind them. But that's still nice. This is still good sprinting conditions. So now we get an opportunity to see our women's 100 metres. The first heat, Selena Gee is in lane number 3. Lily Anderson in 4. Samantha Lathwood is in 5. Emma Buse here is in lane 6, and Estelle Short bouncing around up and down on her toes, the athlete from the Cook Islands. It's wonderful to see those athletes that have made their way over for this. I was lucky enough to bump into Seamus Martin. Of course, Seamus, one of the hosts of the very popular Between Two Beards podcast. He was down here supporting the Cook Islands athletes. He had to duck away up to Auckland for another engagement. Reliably informs me he'll be watching the stream, though, later on to make sure that he catches up with everything and see how those Cook Island athletes go. Here's the first look we get today. As we're saying, we're seeing some really nice times early on, and that filters through. There'll be athletes that'll be watching, looking at those times, thinking, oh, track's quick, this is going to be good fun. Can't wait to get on it. Just adds that little extra surge of energy that these athletes need.
I'm just going with the board because I can't quite see. But it makes sense because it's different colours of the board.
So just getting set all the athletes in play, waiting. So it's got to be the hard part as well, is just, again, when you're getting such great conditions, you don't want to be standing around, you just want to get up and you just want to get going, get into it, utilise the conditions. You can see it's warm, you can see all the athletes there just behind this particular field, all underneath the pergolas and awnings that are dotted around the track. Over on the far side of the stadium, I can tell you as well that there's a few of those spectators that have just crept their way in utilising the shade of the trees. Everyone just trying to stay loose. You see Selena G on the inside there, just giving the shoulders a bit of a shake and a wiggle, just trying very, very hard. So there we go. G in 3, Anderson 4, Lathwood 5, Beers here, I should say, is in 6. Short in 7. Nice, even started as the Cook Island athletes making good ground now. Starting to come through is Lathwood. She's got to the front at the moment. It's going to be Lathwood from Short, from Buse here. Have a look and see the times. 12.77 for your winner, Samantha Lathwood out of Takapuna. They're still Short coming through in the second spot. We'll get her time for you very shortly. 13.06. And Emma Buse here out of Auckland City with a 13.15. Lily Anderson went 13s, and Selena G, well, again, another personal best. Selena off the inside there. She's gone 14.1, and that's a PB for her. As we look at the, got 4 left in the high jump. Pinar, Padagia, Quill, and Williamson are left. Pinar. There you see Jane Williamson. So Pinar still in. My apologies for that. Get ready for our next heat as well of the women's 100 metres. You see, there's Mate Pacher. Let's say, just, it's always great to see the different ways athletes go about their job. We saw before with the visualisation and the quite intense and really working their way through. Visualising, but also physically mimicking what they are trying to do. And then you take someone like Mate here who's just, or is it time for me to jump? Right, I'm going to jump. Let's go. You know he's probably going through the exact same process internally. Yeah. Into a lovely, relaxed approach. Just catches it with the small of the back. Jessica Perry's in lane 3. Cleo Loader in 4. Danielle Gelderman is in 5, Hannah Hickson is in lane number 6, and it's those last two, Gelderman and Hickson, battling it out at the moment. Gelderman just gets to the front, nice dip. She gets the win in that one. Good time. 12.66. 600ths ahead of Hannah Hickson. Jessica Perry goes sub 13 seconds. 12.94. And Cleo Lower, she won't be too far away from that 13-second mark either. Let me see. Gorgeous day. That little bit of rain that we had before that, as I said, just whistled on through. It's one of those days. We're starting to see the breeze pick up a little bit. Cleo Loader, by the way, actually went sub 13 as well. 12.97. So now, third and final. So we look here, and this here is the big guns coming out to play. Looks of Brianna Irving. There you see the results, and there you see this really good field. Of course, we know that this particular event's really been dominated by the likes of Zoe Hobbs now, but there's some great young talent in there. Lane number 3, Talia Van Rooyen. Brianna Irving has started her season very well too. Simone Tapunai in lane number 2. She's got a personal best of 11.84. So again, they will have seen some of those times and they'll be well stoked. As we see, this is brought to you by NZ Louvre. Great to have a wonderful range of sponsors. Moyle in 1, Tapunai 2, Van Rooyen 3, Goldsmith in 4, Irving 5, Scully 6, Black 7, Masters in 8. And it is lane 4 and 5, 3 coming through as well. That's Van Rooyen, who's going to get them on the line, possibly. Oh, goodness. Oh, we think Talia Van Rooyen, Tony Rogers seems to think that Talia's got up there, but gee, Amelia Goldsmith and Brianna Irvin wasn't far away. Season's best as well for Talia with a 12.10. Great run. Talia Van Rooyen, another one of this wonderfully talented group of young sprinters that New Zealand's developing at the moment. Amelia Goldsmith, just 300ths behind, the 12.13. In fact, Brianna Irving as well, listed at 12.13. Very tight. A really good 100 metres. Go back, there's Jayla Williamson again. Trying to find where the bar is. Tony Rogers beside me. He's looking away. He might be able to tell me what our height is at the moment, where we're at. We'll have Tony alongside. Here is Williamson. It's again, just a little bit of frustration. There we go, 2 metres. Just as I get the indication from Tony, our wonderful camera crew, out and about, swing around and get us what we needed. Stephen Harley and Yunte on the cameras today. Ben Roger doing the direction for us. And watching the live stream of the Porritt Classic of 2024. Brought to you by the Hamilton City Council, providing the coverage of the live stream. And we see, now we move over to the men's 100 metres. As I say, this will be interesting to have a look because we will see again some pretty quick athletes. Yato Yaneto's been in pretty good form. Joe Miller, we know he likes this track. Mate Paget getting set. Bar at 2 metres. I say just Just looks so calm and relaxed and mellow. Just a beautifully fluid athlete. Flows in, but just can't get the elevation that he was looking for there. Let's see for the 100 metres men. Heat number 1. You see Bruce Alexander, local athlete on the inside lane number 2. Ian Lathwood out of Takapuna. Porritt out of the Cook Islands, so another one of the international athletes competing. Zion Samuels will be running in lane number 5. Gulab Singh out of Waitakere in lane 6. Sasha Sutherland in 7 and Atlas Horo out of Egmont in lane number 8. Back to Williamson, bar at 2 metres. It's the route you don't want to take if you're a high jumper. A little frustrated there, some wry grin. You know, he's got 2 metres in him, Jaden. See the athletes, if they get the opportunity. Just ducking back under, getting a little bit of shelter, bit of shade. You say already at competitors and also spectators down the far end. They've made the smart decision. There's a bit of shade from the lovely trees and using the hedge as well to block a little bit of the breeze. There's a great breeze at the moment. There's enough, just enough. Pagier. What's a little note there?
Very close race.
Very internal athlete.
What else are you in? 100 hurdles. Excellent. Great hurdle.
Pagier on his way. Whoa. What? There's not much in it. You see 100 metres. Prize giving taking place. See the hammer throw circle, which we'll see Anthony Nobilo in action a little bit later on. Whether Anthony, can he break through that magical 70-metre barrier that he's searching for? He's so close. As I say, that's a circle that has delivered some big throws at the Porritt Classic over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. Julia Radcliffe, Lauren Bruce and Nicole Bradley in particular. Let's move back over to the women's long jump. Continues to cycle through. Of our heats in the men's 100 metres. Ooh, who got flinchy? Who got flinchy there? A bit of nerves maybe. It's Bruce Alexander in lane number 2. Ian Lathwood is in lane 3. Porritt of the Cook Islands is in 4. Zion Samuels, lane number 5, out of Athletics Tauranga. Gulab Singh, lane 6. Sasha Sutherland, lane 7. Just slightly obscured by the bar there. Atlas Horo, out of Egmont Athletics. As we should have picked by the amber and black. That's a better start by all involved. Nicely work being done here by Nah from the Cook Islands. Down the outside though, Atlas Horo's going to skin them all. What a great run by the athlete on the outside in lane number 8. Was hiding from us, then stole a dance. Wonderful run there by Atlas Horo. 11.63. Zion Samuels with 11.77. Porritt Nah, 11.82. That's 1, 2 and 3. Gulab Singh's throwing out a personal best as well. He's gone 11.91. So Sutherland also going underneath 10 seconds, and Bruce Alexander right on the 12 second mark, I should say. 12 flat for a PB. So there we are, some good times being run. There's your winner on your screen out of Egmont Athletics, Atlas Hotto. 11.63. Yes. Good start again, and seeing a lot of personal bests being set. If you are just joining the stream, thank you so much for joining us. This is the Porritt Classic of 2024. Kirikiriroa Hamilton, the host. The surface being utilised for the very first time. Brand spanking new, and already we're seeing some PBs and some very quick times being done. Daniel Aitchison, the silver medalist over 100 metres, the para-athlete taking 3/10 off her previous personal best. Had the wind assistance of just 0.5, half a metre per second behind, so it'll be a real nice wee confident boots for Danielle in a year where we know her targets will be all about the Paris Olympic Games. As we get ready for our second of the men's 100 metre open. Brought to you by NZ Louvre. Hopefully we'll be able to get back and get the shot there. Bailey is in lane number 1 out of Wanganui. Henry Smith in lane 2. Theo Almazan is in lane 3. Gurprit Singh in 4. Mark Lambert 5. Jacob Everett 6. See Mark Lambert, the veteran, there in lane number 5, but Gurprit Singh is off and running. That's a great run from Gurprit. That is a lovely run. He's got a PB of 11.21. Got a great start and launched. And yeah, little fist pump there. Why not? He's gone season's best. 11.21 for your winner, Gurprit Singh. Henry Smith second, 11.61. Same time as the veteran Mark Lambert out of North Harbour Bays. We're seeing good times there with the first 4 all well underneath 12 seconds over 100 metres. Theo Almazan. Another personal best. 2 more personal bests actually with Mex Teodoro out of the Cook Islands with a PB, 11.81. And Felipe Bailey out of Wanganui. 12.12 PB for Felipe. Good to see him up representing Athletics Wanganui. See the few athletes later on out of Wanganui Collegiate. They'll be competing as well. So we're getting ready for another heat of the hundreds. There's 4 heats. And that 4th one will be a really interesting one to keep an eye on. Joe Miller will be competing. Up nicely and going, Yaneto, but it's the vet Miller. Miller coming through on the inside, turning back the clock. The old guy, no, the young fellas get him on the line. Oh my goodness gracious me. Times will be interesting. Oh, I thought Joe Miller was going to hang on there. But I think, is it the other Joe? Is it Dolphin that might have come through? Gee, this is close. This has taken a while to come through. The suspense killing. Yaneto was right there as well. Wow, what a race. I thought it's Joe Dolphin that gets it at 10.78. Oh, I thought Joe Miller was going to do something. Actually, we've got Zach Saunders as well at 10.78. That's how close it was. Both of them with the same time. 10.83 for Yaneto. Suspect Hayato will be a little disappointed with that possibly. Caden Taylor, the 10.9. There is Joe Miller. Oh, I thought Joe was about to do something really special there. Just to see what his time is. That's a personal best. He's gone sub 11. 10.92 for the vet. Troy Middleton with an 11.02. Well, absolutely fascinating there, Joe Miller. Just about. Wonderful stuff. Well, as they continue to work their way through. The people that are attending and coming through. Just getting information. It's always great when it comes to track and field, or the people who know and watch these live streams on a regular basis, all over the sort of the nuts and bolts, the numbers. Steve Landells does an amazing job for Athletics New Zealand. Text just coming through. That time that Daniel Aitchison sent, that was the 13.65, just 0.04 outside the world record set by Xi Jinping of China at the Tokyo Paralympics. So, world class. One of the fastest times ever for the T36 by Daniel Aitchison. That is a wonderful start. Our thanks as always to Steve. So great to see so many wonderful sponsors. See my old mate Jim Young out of Smith Sport Shoes. He's in the crowd already, sitting enjoying it. Another person who's a regular supporter. It's the one thing we talk about, all these wonderful sponsors. Again, our thanks to NZ Lure who have sponsored the 100-metre races for the men and the women. Wonderful core group of sponsors who, again, just really do enjoy being in and around, constantly supporting the wonderful event that is track and field, because it really is a cracking old day. As we now move on and get set for the women's 400 metres, and again, this should be a good old go as well. Brought to you by the City of Hamilton. There's going to be a couple of heats, but when we look to the second heat, Emily Fairclough, Holly Rule, Cameron Smart, Holly Manning. Holly's maybe probably a little more known over the 800, but as you know, 800, 400, they know exactly what they need to do. So that's going to be a really good field. Yeah, so there you go, confirmation. Again, thanks to Steve Landells from Athletics New Zealand, just 0.04 of a second off a world record. Danielle Aitchison early. A reminder that we have still got Danielle to perform in the 200 later on this afternoon. We get close to the closing stages of the long jump. Again, just getting the... So we've got Tony Rogers on the computer. He's got the field side of things. As I say, a big thanks to Tony. As I say, he's sort of running around. He's doing a bit of commentary. He's doing a bit of scoring. He's doing a bit of direction, he's doing a bit of getting food, he's catering, he's doing everything. I know for a fact Ben and I are really quite keen for when he comes up with the coffees later on. That'll be a good time as well. As we put him on spot on air, so now he can't back out. Should really give him a rest because obviously he was a very busy man with the Capital Classic last week, but great to have him up here and involved with the broadcast. So Ben doing the direction. Again, big thanks to our wonderful camera operators out there. That's Stephen, Harley and Yunte. Hamilton giving them a little bit of everything weather-wise at the moment. So there you see Lara Hockley, Mia Masters, Jackie Nasrabadi and Jamie Fell. It's quite tight there in the women's long jump. That's brought to you by Pace Engineering. Here's Jamie Fell. Flag goes up. I think Jamie knew that one as well. 5 metres 27 for Jamie. The supporters there wearing a Lakers Western Conference Championship shirt. That shirt must be very old. So I can't remember the last time the Lakers won a Western Conference Championship. There we go, you see the Tony's just sitting here, he's offering to get the coffees. It was only a joke, but if you're offering, that's very light, very nice. It is a long day. As we see there our athletes in the 100 metres. So there you see the 100 metres, that was a good race as well. So again, just that little bit of cloud comes over and it's quite interesting. As the cloud comes down as we get ready for the 400. You see just a wee lull in proceedings. We're not too far away, as I say, from the 400 metres getting underway. That is for both the men and the women. Brought to you by City of I can tell you right now, we say it every year. You'll hear it from everybody. Everybody that does a live stream or broadcasts any form of track and field in New Zealand. But no doubt it would have been mentioned at the Cooks Classic and the Capital Classic. I know it was mentioned there because I was keeping my eye on that one. The wonderful young talent that is coming through. We've got extraordinary young talent. You see lovely kaleidoscopic colours of Javelin heading down to the far end. There's our athletes getting ready. To the right there, familiar gait of Alan McDonald, the photographer. Very well worn. I know you're looking at it going, that's a grey hat. Trust me, when he bought it 35 years ago, it was black. And he's had good wear out of it. Not saying Alan's frugal by any stretch of the imagination. As he makes his way over towards the shot put circle. So always a little something, just a very, very minor lull at the moment. Over in the circle at the moment, little spin, gee, from a distance. Looks like that might be Corin Henning. And yes, it is. Corin, another athlete that's made a pretty solid start as well to his season. Another one of our top para athletes. There he is. So it's a slightly unique approach. It's very rare that you see a shot putter actually facing the arc. Normally he's got the back to it. He or she, I should say, got the back, whether they're using the glide technique or the spin. But whatever works, I tell you what, Corin's throwing really well at the moment, so it's a case of whatever works for you, you do it. Say people find all different things and how that works for them. So we get set. Bang. So a really good example there. That's another one of our wonderful para athletes. So already we're getting more information coming through from Steve Landells, who's diving into the record books, checking out everything, keeping us up to date. So just a wee break in proceedings at the moment as we get ready for the next group of events. This is the Porritt Classic. Watching the live stream, so glad for your company. The stream being brought to you in association with the Hamilton City Council. Earlier to start this particular event, the official opening of this wonderful new track, and already we're seeing some good times on the tracks and a few lovely pointers to what we hope may come a little bit later on. We've already seen Daniel Aitchison on one of the fastest 100 metres times in history for a T36 athlete, just 0.04 seconds off the world record. Mixed weight implement here. So it was Corin Henning that we saw before. There's Corin moving in again. Corin would have been involved in the solar power throws meet down in Wellington that Shakasola organises each and every year, part of his academy. Sitting in, waiting for this next lot just to get up and rolling. Chris Strange has wandered in. Looking over my shoulder as Paige Scannell and Madison Rattray start the first of the two heats in the women's 400 metres open. Madison on the outside running for the Hamilton Hawks, and on the inside it's Paige Scannell from Egmont's Athletics, and we've already seen Egmont have a really good day. Atlas Horo with a wonderful win in one of the heats of the 100 metres. It is Scannell. Personal best of 1 minute .20. Rattray got a PB under 60 seconds. And already we've seen a lot of personal bests on this wonderful new track. As we see Rattray moving nicely. Scannell, she's holding her form as well. Keeping an eye on the times here as they come down to the finish line. Rattray. This is a nice, strong finish. Gee, I tell you what, she's not going to be far off a PB as well. Scanner will be close. She's right on that minute mark. But again, a really good start. So I might just get Chris Strange just to jump over here on this microphone very quickly. Chris, it's always, a little bit hard sometimes when you're doing the upgrades, and it means maybe athletes can't get on the track, but obviously you're doing it because you want to see, the best possible surface for these athletes to compete on. When you see someone like Danielle come out and run one of the fastest hundreds ever, that's got to put a massive grin on your face, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And I honestly think that the grass track for 3 months actually hasn't done anyone any harm. It's been kind on their legs, and we've been able to get a lot of quality training, club nights and quality racing done on the grass.
Must be really nice, though, to see it open and to have Who Worship the Mayor come along and do the honours for you as well. That's got to be cool.
Absolutely. Having the Mayor here, the City Council has supported this facility since 1970. It's the 5th upgrade of the track, but a major overhaul of the drainage, so which really needed to be done. A real asset to Hamilton and to Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Mate, thank you very much for dropping in. Chris Stranger does an extraordinary amount of work. I get notes and notes and notes to help with my preparation, which is absolutely delightful and, as always, greatly appreciated. There's Corin Henning again, continue to work through. It's in that mixed men's shot. That's the mixed weight for our para-athletes. So Corin's been in very good form. I'll tell you what, this next 400 is going to be really interesting. Chantel McDonald, Kate Borton, Emily Fairclough, Holly Rule, Cameron Smart, Tika Randall, Maya Potuera, Holly Manning. Cameron Smart, I should say, with a personal best of 54.14. And you just wonder as well what they're thinking. So I'm just getting the word as well from Tika Randall's back from a significant injury recently. But lane 5 will be the lane we're looking for with Cameron Smart. And we'll see what she can do as Chris Strange whistles out of the commentary box again. And you can see there, Cameron Smart off very nicely, striding out as they make their way back with 200 metres to go. Good strong start, and again there's a good little breeze that's going to help them down the final 100 metres as well. The single lap is always tough. Anybody who's done track and field knows this. There's a good run coming from the inside as well. That could be Emily Fairclough coming in lane number 3. This is going to be a really good battle. Smart in lane 5. Fairclough hanging in there as well. Now a good surge from the outside by Manning. Smart though. Very smart indeed to the line. It's a good time. It'll be sub 56. Good running by all. I suspect we've seen everyone dip under 60 seconds, and if they're not under 60 seconds, they are not far away from it. 55.69 for Cameron Smart. Emily Fairclough, 56.15. And who's managed to sneak their way onto the podium? I thought it was possibly Holly Manning, lane 8 on the outside. And it is Holly with a personal best as well over the 400, 56.77. A season's best for Kate Borton, 56.82. A PB for Tika Randall. Chantel McDonald goes sub 60 as well. So there you go. Holly Rule also under the 60 seconds. And Maya Potuera, everybody under the minute. That's good running. So a season's best, 2 PBs. Another very good performance by Cameron Smart out of North Harbour Bay's 55.69. 400 metres sponsored by City of Hamilton. Turn of the blokes now. Continue. So we're watching our para-athletes competing. It's mixed weight.
Got Porritt lining up in the next race. Campbell Williams Stedman, Cruz Whip and Aidan Gallagher.
This is the first heat. Number 4, William Stedman, Paralympian. Campbell Willis from Hawara is in lane number 3. Stedman in 4. Cruz Witherford out of the Hamilton City Hawks in 5, and Adrian Gailey out of Egmont in lane 6. Quick update on the coffee. The bloke's cut a track. He's just figured it's stinking hot. No one's buying coffee. So he's gone. He's packed up his lunch. So we are on readiness. Just that breeze just starting to pick up a hair as well. I'm sure that will be welcomed by the javelin throwers later on. Tell you what, who's also going to like where that breeze is coming from as well later on, Anthony Nobelock, when he gets out there in the hammer. Just a little bit of something for a thrower when you've just got that breeze at the back. Stuart Farquhar and Ben Langton-Burnell used to tell me regularly about how nice it is throwing at Porritt Stadium, just with that little breeze coming over the right shoulder. So it's a lovely afternoon. Say that weather is just oscillates. A little bit of cloud drifting through. There's a bit of a breeze. The breeze picking up ever so slightly. But as I said before, when we were having the sprints, the wind behind the athletes was just a gentle ½ metre per second. The limit, if you wonder why I keep referencing that, if let's say someone were to set a New Zealand record or a world record possibly, if that limit was above 2 metres per second, then that record wouldn't stand. But anything inside that particular mark, that would be deemed a world record once ratified. So again, as the shot put works their way through, as I say, there's a good group there in the para shot. That event sponsored, by the way, by the Gallagher Charitable Trust. Waiting now for this first heat to get underway. Just the 4 athletes in it. William Stedman you see there in the blue. Say multiple Olympic and World Championship athlete medals. Wonderfully talented. And he will absolutely thrive. He will have seen what his para teammate Daniel Aitchison did earlier. As we say, just 0.04 of a second off the world 100 metre record for T3 Danielle. And she's still got her World Championship winning event, the 200, to come later in the meet. Sun back out again. Breeze continues, but just drops slightly, which is nice. And it's not too much of a battle down the back straight. Nice, gentle encouragement to the finish line for these athletes doing the full circuit. So we're not far off as well. The 1,500 metres for both the secondary school athletes. The Diane Roger 1,500 for the girls, and the Dick Quacks 1,500 for the boys. Wonderful middle distance runners. Campbell Wills in lane 3. William Stedman in 4. Cruz Witherford in 5. Aidan Galley in lane number 6. First heat underway in the 400 metres. As they turn and face just this gentle breeze. You'll see the embankment's looking barren, but don't worry, there's plenty of bodies up hiding underneath the trees and using the shade as Stedman with a lovely rhythm starts to make his way, gain ground on those athletes just outside him in the stagger. Just on 150 to go. The outside, that's Witherford for the Hamilton City Hawks. It's going to lead them into the straight. Stedman right with him. He loves a good race as well. Trying to hunt down Cruz Witherford. Good rhythm. Here's a good finish coming as well from Aidan Galley. Good times all around there. They'll be in and around that sort of 55, 56 marks. And that's a personal best for Cruz Witherford, who goes sub 55. 54.18. William Stedman with a 54.94. Personal best as well for Aidan Galley out of Egmont. He's gone 55.49. And Campbell Wills out of Hawara. Good time as well. So, again, we're seeing lots of personal bests and season bests being run on this new surface. You see the high jump. Riley Keogh. Yeah. And Mia Diego, who had a great event last time we held this event. It was a year or so ago now. Mia, one of the really good up-and-coming athletes to keep an eye on. Now we see the next heats of the 400s. Sadly, a couple of withdrawals there with Jack Murrah and Nick Ash opting not to run. But Blake Platts will be out of lane number 2. Wayne Holroyd out of lane number 3. Joe Beerman, lane 4. Matthew Eadie going out of lane 6, and Aidan Platts in lane number 7. Brotherly comp there. So just the nice conditions. Moving along very nicely. As I say, we're not too far away from getting to see the 1500 metres, the secondary schools. There's also a men's 1500 as well. Really interested to see what happens in the 110 hurdles. So we've seen some good times. We know Josh Hawkins has started his season in good form. What could he do maybe on this new surface with a bit of spring in it? Away we go. Platts in lanes 2 and 7. Holroyd, Berman, Eadie in between. At the moment it's Aidan in the outside lane. Matt Eadie as well. It's quite even as we head through 250, now going down to the 200 metre mark. Now we're seeing Matthew Eadie just making a little bit of a gain on the outside of the stagger. Joe Berman going very nicely though in lane number 4. Likewise, Holroyd. They should be reasonably even as they make their way into the home straight. And it is going to be Berman and Eadie. Berman on the inside. Now they're both lifting. They know they've got a race on here. Eadie trying to answer back. Stride for stride as they come down to the line. I think it might be Matt Eadie on the outside who gets it. A great race by the Auckland City and the Waitakere City athletes. 51.66, a season's best for Eadie. Berman with a 51.74. That's how tight it was. Aidan Platts gets the bragging rights over his brother. He's come in 52.88. Blake's come through 53.11. Wayne Holroyd 54.39. And a good race. And there you go. Eadie again showing his class. Nicely run 400 metres. Yes, you see the last of our heats. Our athletes just starting to get their starting blocks sorted.
Charles Royal, lane 2.
You see, it's one of the Platt brothers there who's down, feeling it a little bit in the red singlet. It's the reason why we are so impressed with the 400 metres hurdles, because they do a full lap, but then they throw a bunch of sticks in the jump over as well. That's the reason why that's one of the more impressive. Look at this final heat. That will feature Lex Revel-Lewis, another one of our fine up-and-coming athletes. Run sub 48 seconds in his career. He's got a seasons and a personal best of 47.34. So he started 2024 off the right way. Inside lanes will be a couple of Hamilton City Hawks athletes. That's Charles Royal and Jacob Douglas in lanes 2 and 3. And then Lex Revel-Lewis in the Waitakere Club colours today. Fergus McClay run out of lane 5. Zach Saunders out of lane 6. Matt Alty in lane number 7, and Caden Taylor, another one from Waitakere City. Caden in the outside in lane number 8. Lovely conditions. Borderline ideal. Again, that breeze just very gentle, helping down the main straight, not causing too much issue for the athletes as they go down the back straight and into it. And they're away. Lane 4 to watch, and as they run past, you'll see the athletes lining up for the Diane Roger 1500 metres for the secondary school girls. There they are. Lane number 4, and look at that beautiful stride of Lex Revel-Lewis, eating up the athletes on the inside. Really strong through the first 200. And he has really got them stretched here as he brings them round the top turn and into the home straight. Look at the run. That's just a beautiful stride, and he's absolutely gapped them. As we keep an eye on what the time is as well. Coming down, this has just been absolutely beautiful. Very close to going sub 47. And his personal best is a 47. Oh, he's just outside at 47.37. That's a lovely run. Straight over to the coach. Looks like he could go again. Oh, no. I don't think he can. But another good run. And again, we're seeing more good times coming in after him. Fergus McClay with a season's best of 48.5. Zach Saunders going sub 49. Caden Taylor with a PB. I think actually that could be the first time Caden's gone sub 50 seconds. He's gone 49.11. Charles Royal as well with a PB. 49.96. Even Jacob Douglas, his season's best with a 50.47. But oh, that was just a beautiful run by a man who's in good form at the moment, and Lex Revel-Lewis out of Waitakere. He gets the chockies in the 400 metres open men. So as we get ready now for, I say, it's always one of the lovely feature events here at the Porritt Classic. Honouring a couple of athletes as well who have put so much, former athletes who put so much into the sport. Diane Roger girls, 1500 metres. This is brought to you by BDC Group, and then you see the field. And also to be followed by the Dick Quacks, 1500 metres. Another absolute legend of middle distance running in Aotearoa. And you see the field. So it's a good, strong field as well. Athletes representing St Cuthbert's, Barradine College, St Peter's out in Cambridge, the Hawks Club, Wanganui Collegiate represented. Likewise, Te Awamutu, Wellington East's, Bethlehem College as well. So here's our officials, and again, massive thank you to our officials for the wonderful work that they do. do have to say, Athletics New Zealand, it'd be nice if they could wear shorts on a day like today. I know there's traditions with the black pants. Nice pair of black shorts would be kind of nice. It's a bit warm. It's a bit warm. Doing a great job as always. There you see that field. See the traditional. It's a singlet I know well. I did not go to Wanganui Collegiate. I went to the better school on the other side of the fence. But very familiar with those particular colours. My athletics career, though, I was more used to looking at the back of them than actually seeing them from the front. But that's the light blue with the black sash across the front. That is collegiate. Wonderful athletic school. As always, still producing wonderful athletes, and they've got a couple in this race here as well. All very keen young ladies as well. It's a big field, around 24 athletes. 3 3/4 laps of this newly resurfaced Porritt Stadium in Hamilton. As they go through, and Harley, who's that? Harley or Stephen trying to do the job to keep up? I think that might be Stephen, who's done very well to try and hold that there. Lost his head, he goes back and gets it. As we work our way through, and I tell you what, this is a good pace that has been set early. Opportunity for these group of young ladies, 24 of them, to really stretch out. As we come down the back straight and we try and grab the number of who our leader is. Come down through, and it's number 127 who's got the advantage at the moment. Work our way through. 127 is Chelsea Hurt out of St Peter's in Cambridge. He's got the advantage at the moment, leading them through. Now just rough look, see they've done that first lap around 74 seconds. So they just drop the pace a little bit now as they settle in, but that's a pretty good start. Tony Roger actually to jump on here at some point, because obviously he knows a thing or two about running these particular distances over the course of his wonderful career. 74, that seemed reasonably sharp to me, Tony.
Yeah, it's a good start for these schoolgirls. 74 second laps would give them around a 4:40, 1500, and that'll be PB material for most of these schoolgirls. So I expect they'll ease into it a little bit now in the middle on the warmth, and we'll see what happens as it develops up front now. There's a bit of a small group breaking away.
Well, there's a couple of athletes who have gone sub 5 minutes for the 1500. And leading at the moment is number 139. Just rolling our way through, just trying to get familiar with all of these particular
Bronwyn
athletes.
Reese Jones for local girl.
There we go.
So that's Bronwyn Reese Jones from Cambridge.
Trying to work their way through. So another couple of circuits to complete. Just good times at the moment as they work their way through. This is the Diane Roger 1500 metres. This is for the secondary school girls. It's brought to you by BCD Group. So Reece Jones leading them through. Camera work being done there by Stephen down the back straight. We work our way through the field, but a half dozen working their way through, and a bit of a move being made here as well. Just moving around the outside and coming up onto the shoulder there of Bronwyn Reese Jones, sliding into the front. Athletes wearing 133. That's Greta Hunter out of Barradine College. She's got the advantage at the moment. Amy Towers has also moved in the third place as well. Also out of Barradine. There's the bell, 1 lap to go. Hunter moved to the front. 350 to go. Rhys Jones remaining in second spot at the moment. Then it's Towers. There's a little bit of a gap back. So head down the back straight. Just under 300 to go. Greta Hunter. Head wobbling a little bit, but it's not like she's out of control. A little bit of Paula Ratcliffe about it, whose head always used to be all over the place. She could run. Looks like Greta can as well. Just closing up a little bit now, though. Bronwyn Rhys Jones again, just trying to close that gap a little bit. Amy Towers as well. Barradine College. Now here comes another wee move. 150 to go. Bronwyn Rhys Jones moves to the front again. Towers trying to go with her as well. Hunter might have just gone a little bit too sharply. Rhys Jones, oh, she's looking comfy now. Just gliding away. Bronwyn Rhys Jones. This is going to be a lovely win, and she ups the tempo. She's gone. She's absolutely bolted in. What a great run. Round 4:46.
So that was a good run there by young Bronwyn, and there'll be a proud dad, Steve Rhys Jones, who's done a lot of work for Waikato Bay Plenty Athletics over the years. So it's good to see a local taking out that Diane Roger 1500 for girls.
I was going to say, genetics counts a bit sometimes in track and field, doesn't it? Because he could get over distance reasonably quickly as well.
Yeah, definitely a handy sort of a runner, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what, it's a personal best too. She's run 4:46.62. Amy Towers out of Barradine College has finished second, 4 minutes 49.55 seconds. Sophie Robb's come through again with a personal best. She's gone 4 minutes 51.68. That rounds out the podium. And Greta Hunter still with a very good time, 4:52.78. Rosie Meyer out of Wanganui Collegiate. She's gone sub 5 minutes as well, but there's your winner. Bronwyn Rhys Jones, Cambridge High School, her personal best time. It's been a really good performance. As the athletes have made their way through. All right. You don't see that nowadays, do you? Big events like this, people running with a cap, good to see. There was that famous, Tony Roger, you might be able to help me with this. Who was that famous 800 metre runner at the Olympics? There's a great yarn about him. Right at the very back, he wore the cap was getting absolutely buried and was last by miles coming into the final, last 400 metres, just absolutely stomped past them and won gold.
From my recollections, I was a young boy at that time, but I think it was Dave Waddle, the American.
Thank you very much. See, this is the reason why you get the Doyen involved. You get Tony Roger on board. He can do that sort of stuff for you. He can bring you a banana. He can get you a Coke when the coffee machine's gone home early. So it's great to have Tony helping out. So part of this live stream of the Porritt Classic 2024, brought to you by Hamilton City Council, providing the sponsorship of our live streaming service this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching. A little bit of a collision there. Both athletes, though, back up, running. Don't appear to have injured themselves in any way, shape or form. If it is going to hurt them, though, I guess you'll probably feel it a little bit later in the event. Early little surge. Bouncing away in the lead at the moment. That's Bede Colborne out of Francis Douglas. He's got the advantage at the moment. 16-year-old. Ages from 16 as low as 13 running in this particular event. I'm sure we'll see those 13 and 14-year-olds returning and having another crack at this particular event in years to come. At the moment it is Bede Colborne out of Francis Douglas Memorial. And Taranaki has got the advantage. Look, who is tucked in behind him there? See if that might be Vaughan Murray out of Aquinas.
Yeah.
Just trying to get the numbers. So as they move their way through 700 metres, around to complete the first two full circuits. They've got 700 metres to go, 800 in the books. They roll through the 800 in around 2 minutes 15. You see it, I'm just getting confirmation that it is. That's Vaughan Murray out of Aquinas in behind. I tell you what, Stephen on the camera is earning his coin over the far side. And he's just managed to actually hurdle something as well, keeping that going. That is wonderful work. I was going to say, the boss is probably going to be having to call for a wee bonus here for him, or at least buy him a meat pie if once he's done here. He's earned it, doing great work.
What about
now we see Murray moving to the outside. Sorry, Tony.
I was going to say, what about an ice bath?
I was going to say, I'll be keen. We might have to put the clock on Stephen next time they come past him, because he's doing some pretty good times down there. Here comes Vaughan Murray, moving away at pace. Vaughan's got a personal best of 4 minutes 16.63.
So he should be on for a personal best the way he went through there. Just a little, about 3:03 I think it was. So.
Well, he's dropped Colburn, and he is moving nicely down the back straight. So there you see it, he's really broken him. Vaughan Murray out of Aquinas College got the lead. Bede Colburn in second spot, comfortably in second spot as well.
So if he can run 32 for his last 200, Nigel, he'll break 4:10, and that'll be a PB for him, which he'll be very pleased about.
Well, I tell you what, he's absolutely digging in and giving it plenty as he comes around. He'll know as well. Comes to the top of the straight, 3:55 on the clock. He's digging in hard too. He wants this big time.
He certainly does.
Coming down to the line, this is going to be close, but I tell you what, this is a run and a half, and he's right on 4:10. Bede Colburn, it's not like that's a sluggish time. He's coming across in around 4:15. That's a really good run, though. Vaughan Murray, Aquinas College. 14? A 14-year-old?
Yes.
Am I reading my entry sheet right? I'm assuming that the numbers down the side of the ages. That's impressive.
Yes, he's got a younger brother, an older brother who's been running particularly well out of the Tauranga club during the season as well. So, yeah, it looks like some good promise coming from the Tauranga region in the middle distance, of course. That's where the inspiration is at the moment, with the likes of Sam Tanner and Julian Oakley, and from time to time Hayden Wild training over there. So those guys have got plenty of people to look up to, haven't they, these young schoolboys?
My goodness, if they're looking up to Hayden Wild, what kind of middle distance beasts are we going to create? Because that guy is just an astonishing, an aerobic animal might be the way to describe him. I'm looking at these times as well, Tony Roger. So Vaughan Murray's come through, PB, 4 minutes 10.23. Ben Colburn's run a personal best as well. Oliver Jones has come through and forced in the PB. Oliver Foley's run a personal best. Daniel Harrison down on 11th, he's come through in a personal best as well. First 10 all underneath 5 minutes. That's a really good sign.
Yeah, it's a very good effort, and of course these schoolboys are in there. It's a teams race as well, I think, and these schoolgirls and schoolboys races for the 1500. And of course, some of the better athletes are going to have a crack and are still at school, are going to have a crack at the junior under 23,000 a little bit later in the program. And even though I noticed one of the girls probably going to be in the 1500, the women's senior 1500. So some real good quality. These young athletes getting the opportunity to run in good conditions here at Porritt Stadium.
Getting the opportunity, as I say, to enjoy this wonderful new surface, which has been
The women's obviously been combined with the elite race later, and we've obviously just seen the schoolgirls 1500. So we've just got the men's open, and then later on tonight we'll have the elite 1500. So this will be a good race though.
Is because it's not like they're mucking around here. As they approach that 400 metre mark, they're going to go through there in around 62 seconds. That's a reasonable old clip. Work their way down that back straight.
So yeah, 62 seconds will give them around a 3:52, which is personal best for a lot of these athletes in this race. So it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain it. Good conditions, as we said, it's a bit of a light breeze, but not too bad.
You just about say it's borderline ideal conditions. A gorgeous afternoon in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. So we had just a brief flirtation with some rain. That there didn't last too long at all. Currently being led at the moment by Charles Buchanan. The Whippets colours.
It's Liam Chesney in the WAC colours from Wellington. He won the B division of the 3000 National Championship last week at Capital Classic, so he's been in good form as well.
So as they continue to work their way through, we'll get you a split around the 800 metre mark. They're going to go through it around 2 minutes 06. It's been a pretty consistent pace. It's being set at the moment by Buchanan. So Chesney in behind him. Now just moving to the front. Still maintaining pretty good rhythm to the running at the front of this field. Liam Chesney. He's at the front. Liam Buchanan. So pretty tight, nice little group there of around 6. Spot at the moment. To the front. Hamish Murray it is who's leading at the moment. Big run coming from the outside as well. James Reid down the outside in the white Takere colours, but Hamish Murray out of Tauranga. This is going to be a really nice one. Yeah, he loves that. 3:54. I think we're going to find. And I can't wait to see the time, because I don't think he's broken his personal best. I have a funny feeling he's absolutely eviscerated it. Hey, what have they got in the water over there? Yeah, big thumbs up too, right, Sunshine? You should be chuffed. Great work. What a brilliant run. Oh, the first 3 athletes have gone personal bests. Murray, 3:54.7. The PB I think we had was about 4:02. Buchanan, 3:55. Chesney, 3:55. Daniel Hayes with a 3:55 as well, all in that range. The first 3 all going with personal bests as well. James Reid out of Waitakere City. Another one to set a career best. Crikey. All the athletes will be going to Chris Strange saying, hey, can you lay us down a new track next year as well? We like this. This is fun. If you are just joining us This is the first time that a new surface has been used. We have seen season's best and personal bests galore. We saw Daniel Aitchison earlier, of course, the 200 metres para champion, go within 0.04, 400ths of a second, of equaling the 100 metres world record set at the Paralympics in Tokyo.
So that's a fine win there by Hamish Murray. He's taken 6 seconds off his personal best there, Nigel, and he's been in really good form over 800 during the school season and pre-Christmas and early part of the summer. But he'll be really pleased to come through and notch a PB well under 4 minutes. Great effort by him, and I guess he's matched his younger brother who took out the race earlier.
You can never let your siblings get one up on you, can you? That can never happen. Wonderful times, great. Still going through. I think we've seen in total there, I think it's 7 or 8 personal bests run, and there's a few other times that are very, very close. You can see our javelin throwers starting to get ready down there. Also, as well as I say, the high jump, which is currently underway. Be interested just to keep an eye on that para 800, because I can tell you right now, Sarah James is not far off a possible qualifying mark for para. She's been starting to get very, very close to Sarah. And I know we've spoken a lot about the athletes setting the quick times. I've been very interested to see how our athletes in the carts and the chairs are able to go. You see 800 metres. This will be a mixed event. Sarah James will be very keen, I am sure. Try and give that marker a little bit of a nudge. So she was getting very close. Go back and check my notes. Very close last time out is what we have got. So in regards to Sarah, we will keep an eye on that to see how she goes. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people watching on our behalf, keeping an eye on things. So 800 metres. So we've got the javelin, which is not too far away from getting started. High jump underway. This one also won't be too far as well off getting another round of sprints going. Keeping an eye on the women's and men's javelin. Halia Johnson, Hayley Cloppins, Saskia Rind and Brianna Stevenson down to compete in the women's javelin and the men's. Dave Otis, Connor Brown, Quinn Motley, Caleb Sola, Max Terua, I should say, Stephen Thorpe, and the Samoan champion as well, Doni Tuamasevi. He's throwing over 70 metres. Again, to have that international flavour here at the Porritt Classic 2024. Gabrielle Wright, Sarah James, and also Lucas Peterson. So Gabrielle Wright is in lane number 3. See with the 2 iridescent green stripes down the back. Lane number 5 is Sarah James. And the outside, Lucas Peterson, the Hamilton City Hawks. Gabrielle and Lucas are T54 classified, Sarah T53. As we say, Sarah edging very, very close to a qualifying time for the Paris Olympic Games. So still to come as well, in addition to javelin, the high jump, which is going on at the moment. Still got 200 metres. We've got the women's 100 metre hurdles, the men's 100 hurdles, 110 hurdles, which I'm very interested in, given the form that Joshua Hawkins has shown. Fascinated to see how he can go.
Calling all secondary school 1500 metre runners, could I have the first three place getters?
Head to Paris. It's down that back straight now. Gabriello hanging tight as well. Lucas Pedersen Opportunity for Lucas as well to come up against these two athletes. They're starting to really drive with the down the back straight. Sarah leading them around the top bend. That's done just over 150 to go. Lucas, see him making the adjustments as well as he comes around that top. Now Sarah just trying to get herself set. She want to really get set up nicely, get the wheel point in the drive hard. Head down. Not even going to look up. Just going to go as hard as she can. Just has a wee check. Lucas coming home nicely as well, Lucas Pedersen. Sarah James to the line. Just under 2 minutes 40. And Gabrielle Wright. She comes through just under 2:50. Let's see what that time was. 2 minutes 39.74 for Sarah James. Lucas Pedersen, 2 minutes 41. And Gabrielle Wright was around that 2:50 mark. In fact, under 2:49.6. That's the mixed 800 metre para wheelchair. Brought to you by the good people at the Gallagher Charitable Trust. Back to the high jump. And there we see Mia Diego, really young athlete, and had a wonderful time. So a couple of years ago at the Porritt Classic. Up. I understand there's a little bit of issue with some of the audio coming through. We do apologise for that there. Tell you right now that our team will be working very hard to correct that for you. We appreciate your company. Here's Amber Tribe. Rocking the secondary school colours and making that look very, very easy. Set up. It's Courtney Troe. Because as you know, 2 Troes are always better than 1. Comes Courtney. Can she match? Just about, and I think she knew it too. So for the moment, it's Amber Troe out of Palmerston North Athletics Club. Wearing the New Zealand secondary school colours. Here's Mia Diego out of Hamilton Hawks. Looking through. Last time she was here, she had a wonderful event. And she refined that. Yes, you can. That's a nice clearance. That's a nice clearance. So, Diego clears. Troe clears. Come back to Courtney. Information as to what the bar is set. It's set at 1.66 metre at the moment. For the under 16 girls. As you heard Tony Roger talk about a little bit earlier in the broadcast with how they've introduced a 200 metre hurdles as well. We saw the 300 metre hurdles for the under 18 before you progress to the full 400 metre hurdles for the seniors. Nice little way to get young athletes involved. Doing the 80 metres. And then the Dorado is totally not to start. Joshua Hutchinson just already down there as well. This is a start of what will be 80 metre hurdles for the under 16s. Then we will go to the 100 metres for the open women, and then the 110 for the open men. Such a rhythm-based event as well. We do also have the under 16 men. They'll go over the 100 metres as well. So there we are as we get our field. On the inside, it's Victoria Burgess. That's out of Fairfield Athletics Club. Jessica Lathwood out of Takapuna. I've seen the Lathwoods very prominent today. Jamie Fell, lane number 4, Hamilton Hawks. Crystal Burgess out of Fairfield Athletic is in lane number 6, and Mia Riseborough out of Takapuna is in lane number 7. I say sadly, Fernanda Tirado, who's another outstanding young athlete, not racing in this event. It's a shame. She's got a personal best of around 12:74. Very talented. So we've got the Javelin not too far away from getting underway. Women's high jump is well and truly off and rolling. We've got some hurdles. Tell you some of the 200 metre runners are just starting to warm up and start thinking about their second event of the day. We saw some good sprinting. Say, Daniel Aitchison, so far star of the day, just it's Lathwood off the inside, but now here's good work from Jamie Fell. Nice rhythm. It's a really rhythmical event, this one, and Jamie Fell has made that look really easy. That has been impressive, and a bit of a race there between the Fairfield Athletics Club athletes. That was lovely stuff from Jamie Fell. 12.87 seconds. Jessica Lathwood has gone a personal best, 14.14. And her Takapuna teammate, Mia Riseborough, coming in third, and it was Crystal Burgess just getting the better of Victoria Burgess. 0.05 of a second in that one. As they're down there just behind the NZ athletics officials, having a wee bit of a conversation. Gee, I hope they didn't put something like, dishes for the week on that. That'd be a bit tough on Victoria if it was. As we get ourselves set for our next event. Officials again spring into action. Now to the under 18 girls over 100 metres. A good smattering of young talent coming through. Just the one heat in this one. The event is sponsored by the NZ Hurdles Group. As we head back to the high jump, and Naomi Waite. Nice clearance. Good confidence clearance there from the young lady out of Wellington Harriers. See Brianna Stevenson in the background getting ready. She's competing in the Javelin. Come back again to Amber Troe. Wearing the New Zealand secondary school colours there. So she misses there at that attempt. Seemed phased by it though. Very unflustered sort of an athlete. At least gives that air. Just not vibing for Mia today the way it was last time she was here, a couple of years back granted. Here we see athletes for this next event, 100 metre hurdles, the under 18s. Lane 4, Caitlin Corns. Lane 5, Lauren Barrett Hamilton. Lane 6, Zara Rattray. Lane 7 is Jetta McKenzie, and lane number 8, Josephine Mumby. 3 members of the Hamilton City Hawks Athletics Club, with a Waitakere City and Auckland City athletes thrown in there as well. Oh, I recognise that gate walking across in front of the camera there. It's the one and only Murray McKinnon, legend of New Zealand athletics, announcer, chronicler, journo. Yes. Looks like Brianna Stevenson. Getting herself, excuse me, actually, that is Alia Johnson. So this is the young lady who is come across from Australia, and Tony Roger knows a little bit about this. So just as we have a look there at Alia Johnson, can you just give us a bit of a background, Tony, as to what an Australian athlete is doing over in New Zealand at this time of the year? Because normally our athletes are trying to get over that side of the ditch.
Yeah, indeed, Nigel. She's been over here for a few weeks now, and she competed last Friday night in the Capital Classic, ran a close third in the women's 100 hurdles. She's a fairly well-known heptathlete from Australia, so she performs pretty well in a number of events, and I see she's down to a couple of other events tonight. Whether they fit that into the schedule depends on the timing, but yeah, so she's training up in Auckland. I think she's training with young Brianna Stevenson, who took out the hurdles last week ahead of a very quick young Australian, Imogen Breslin, who had actually run a fast time of 13.19 earlier, but the weather conditions probably are a little bit different for a woman having a tailwind and a little bit cooler and wetter than Australia, where she ran well in Sydney. But yeah, the men like a bit of a tail to start, but the women don't. And the men don't mind a bit of a head as they get towards the finish, which can happen in some of these stadiums. So we're interested to see how they go tonight in these hurdles now. There's a little bit of tail breeze.
Yeah, another great multidisciplined athlete, multi-eventers. So you do see them, as Tony alludes to, they bounce around a lot at events like this. Let's see how this throw goes for Brianna. I don't know whether that will be, did that manage to get down? She knew exactly what she did wrong though, as she straight away tries to correct herself. Like all good athletes, knows if they've done something wrong. It's like a cricketer that's played a bad shot and immediately play the shot that they should have played, which is completely different to the one that they did. So Josephine Mumby, lane 8, Jetta McKenzie, lane 7, Zara Rattray, lane 6, Lauren Barrett Hamilton, lane number 5, Caitlin Corns is in lane number 4. Tell you right now, Mum and Dad just waiting at about the second to last flight for Caitlin to come past. think Dad might have even been involved in putting the hurdles out there. I didn't see Mum out there. I'll have to have a word with her about that. That's just not on. So it's a wonderful family sport, track and field. You see the generations and the names. Already mentioned it as well with the Reece Jones prior to. So we've mentioned it as well just in this broadcast. We've got Ben Roger doing the directing, Tony Roger beside me. We've got the Corns.
Yes. Diane's
So-
no yes.
So we wait now. This is 100 metres under 18. Having seen the under 16 over the 80 metres. Just having to wait a little bit. A lot of people just looking around. Caitlin's going, what's going on? When can we go? I'm keen. Let's go. We're all keen. Caitlin there in lane number 4 wearing 201. Now there's a bit of a chat with Lauren. They're getting to us eventually. It's a lovely day. Nice breeze. Zara Rattray. Personal best sub 15 seconds for Zara. So we head back to the high jump.
In 9th place we have Jack Sterling, in 10th place Sterling, and in 12th place we have Levi Christensen. These boys are all year 9 boys going to Hamilton Boys High School.
Nice clearance. It's not down on the entry list. I'll get Tony to check that. It looked like it might have been Imogen Skelton. I'll get you to check that. Yep, so that was the case. So thank you. Not down on the entry list I had in front of me, so I apologise for that. But Imogen Skelton coming in. So 172 is the number. Tony Rogers there keeping an eye on the field events for us. We greatly appreciate, as I say, everything that Tony's doing today. It's got the men's long jump that's underway. Sorry, Tony.
Yeah, I was just saying for the viewers at home while we're watching these hurdle races, the different hurdle distances, but also different hurdle heights. So that's why we've got a women's 1,800 metre hurdles. They jump at 0.762 metres, and then the next race, which is the W20 women combined, they'll be 0.83, 3 inches higher basically. But
It's Rattray, Barrett Hamilton out of Waitakere on the inside, starting to try and chase her down. But this is a lovely run by Zara Rattray. Not a bad time as well. A little bit of a stumble as Mumby comes over in behind Caitlin Corns. Jenna McKenzie got the 3rd spot. Nice run though by Zara Rattray. Good run as well by Lauren Barrett Hamilton, who pushed her all the way there. Wait for the time to work its way through. We'll see that time 15.24 for Zara. It's a little outside her personal best. 15.73 for Barrett Hamilton. Jenna McKenzie with 16.84. Caitlin Corns just outside the 19-second mark, 19.04. And Josephine Mumby, 20 seconds. Hopefully Josephine's all right, having taken a little bit of a stumble. As you see, those athletes recover. You hear a little bit of clattering in the background. That is the adjustments being made now to the hurdles, as you heard Tony Rogers allude to. Just the slight increase in height. As we get set now for the under 20s. Stopping. Back to Brianna Stevenson. And the women's javelin. getting that going through the nose. They're just getting a little bit flighty, just sort of wafting up into the air. Really going through the point of the javelin, which is where they want to throw. Just not getting the arc that they want. Bars at 175 for the women's high jump at the moment. So on the final final opportunity here, this is Naomi Waite out of Wellington. And just takes the bar down. Just keep an eye on so here we see some of our javelin athletes. Just a wee break there as you see the cone on the runway. And everything's just getting set for our next hurdle event. Just a reminder, all the hurdle events being sponsored by the NZ Hurdle Group. This one here down to feature Talia Van Ruin, Georgia Rose Boyd and Saskia Rind. So Saskia, again, another one of the multi-eventers, just trying to jam everything into the day. Now that looks as though we might be going to the young lads. Working on our way through. So as always at a track and field event, these are quite a movable feast sometimes. Look like Connor Brady out of Takapuna getting ready. We'll get confirmation of that. If that is the case, that will be the under 16 boys event will be up next. So is Imogen Skelton. Just say that must have been a late entry. Oh, it's not down on the information list that we were handed. Great to have her here. Absolutely outstanding. And someone who's in very good form. Another one who performed well in challenging conditions at the Capital Classic last week. Here she is. Far off there, a little disappointed. You could see that in the face. No, she wasn't far away though. So we've got a three-man field listed for the next event, the under 16 hurdles. I suspect it might actually just be down to the two, Connor Brady and Hemi Peachy. Man, here you can see here in the Fairfield Athletics Club attire, white. Very crisp, very clean. Men's javelin getting set. See, 308, that's Quinn Motley. 178, Doi Bottas, and there you see Donny Tui Masevi, excuse me. Samoan champion thrown over 70 metres. Again, just adds a little something when we get that lovely international feel. Got actually all the flags that have been laid out in front of the grandstand here at Porritt Stadium. Australia, America, Fiji, Great Britain, South Africa, New Zealand, Tonga, India, Cook Islands, Samoa. All the flags there. See. Just another wee hold up just on the track. At the moment, just looking at the men's javelin. The javelin event sponsored by the Farquhar family, so Stuart continuing to put back into a sport that obviously was incredibly kind and beneficial to him. He hasn't stopped. We saw him, I want to say 2-3 years ago, he well and truly stepped away from the sport, but there was a young athlete he was working with who was throwing and just improving at a certain rate, and he was throwing about what Stuart was still throwing in training, and so Stuart came out of retirement and said, right, okay, young fella, let's go. At the Porritt Classic, you and I will go head to head. Just try another way, just trying to urge this young athlete on and just continuing to put back. You see, Bottas, it's a wonderful thrower out of the Papakura Athletics Club. He's a wonderful high jumper. Skelton.
Okay, I need a little bit of help at the shot for retrieving, please. We've got Patty and
Very focused, very calm. Yes. Again, wasn't much in there. Again, maintains the calm demeanour. She knows she's not far off. Set at 1.78 m. There you go. Doni Tuamasevi, the Samoan champion. Talofalava to our friends from Samoa. Great to have your company. He gives himself plenty of space. That's a good throw as well. Lovely arc to it. It's landed just point down, gone into the ground exactly the way you want it to. So a nice opening throw there. With a little bit of room as well. He was quite a way back. Didn't want to go too close to overstepping the mark. Yes. I was going to say, it's a very, very warm day, yet he's gone with the compression tights. As our athletes work their way through their first round of throws. Also got long jump happening as well. Change here as well with, this is Stephen Thorpe on your screen at the moment. Thorpe throw, doesn't like that one. You got some distances there.
On the men's long jump, Nigel. So we've got a clear leader, Lewis Arthur, out of North Harbour Bays Club. He's out over 7.03 metres, whereas the next best at the moment is Piratau Na. He's at 6.33, so he's got a good 80 metre lead at the moment. So Lewis Arthur not looking like being troubled at the moment. They've got good conditions across the back there, though. The wind is supporting them with a little bit of a tail, so we'll see what the others can do as they progress into the third round.
I was going to say 80 centimetres is a very, very healthy advantage. He's been going pretty well though all season, hasn't he? That's one of the names again as you sort of follow through the season. He's been a name that's been always mentioned when he's been competing. It sounds like he started 2024 really hot.
Yeah, he started really well. I think it was the Potts he won, and might have even been also at the Cook's Classic. So we only had triple at the capital, but Lewis has been one of our top jumpers for some time. But yeah, looking for a bit more competition at the moment. So let's hope he gets that as the season progresses.
I'll get you to just talk to that for us here as we watch our next competitor in the men's long jump. How do you, as an event organiser, how do you go about setting what events you are going to have? Because it's not standard. Sometimes there are events that will get moved and taken away. How do you go about setting it as someone who's done this for a very long time?
Yeah, so for these meets, this is a national permit meet, but then the ones that we've run in the lower North Island have all been World Athletics Challenger Tour meets as part of the Continental Tour Challenger meets, and we sit down at the calendar meeting and sort of work through the events that we want to target and make sure we get a mix across the New Zealand calendar, and we've got to work in with the Australians as well. So that's why at the capital I was able to attract a few Australians over for some of the events they're not having, particularly on the eastern border in their calendar. That was like with the triple and the hurdles for women was a good example of that. So and it's quite interesting. We had a young 800 metre runner, they had to come across from Western Australia that took out that event, Luke Shaw. And he came to run in Canberra, and then it was actually cheaper for him to come across and spend a week in Wellington than to go back home to Perth and then go back to Adelaide. So that's how he managed to work. So yeah, we've got to work in together and putting the right events on, and obviously we don't want to have all the events at all the meets because the athlete's just not going to compete every week at the moment.
So does there have to be a little bit of give and take? Does there have to be some real communication and also, I guess, working together by all of the organisers of the classics in particular?
Yeah, obviously, if we talk about middle distance for a start, obviously the Potts Classic, the Sylvia and Alan Potts Memorial, obviously they've traditionally had the 800 for Sylvia Potts, and it's grown to be an 800 now for Alan Potts, which is their feature event. And then of course at the Cooks it's the mile is the feature, and we understand the reasons for that. So traditionally then at the capital I've run an 800 and a 3000, so that's sort of getting that balance right for the athletes. Like Wellington, we ran a men's and women's triple this year. Last year we had a really good men's triple with a couple of Australians doing really well. We did have the Australians coming over until two of them contracted COVID during the last few days before they were to fly. One in the training camp got it first, then another. But yeah, we feature the triple a little bit because the Thompsons, which are national champions, are Wellington athletes, and so we kind of get a bit of a mix, like who's your best locals as well, and feature that. So and bring it around from not so you're not having the same events at every meet, but particularly with the twilight meets where you can't hold too many long throws in a competition that's going in the evening.
Nice to get that little bit of insight there. Botus unleashes a nice throw in the javelin.
That's good.
It's a good throw. Again, I really want to say that these are the kind of conditions that the javelin throwers will thrive on. It's that little bit of a breeze coming in from a westerly direction. It's coming in off the right shoulder for most of the throwers. And so some good distances being thrown. So as you see Tuimasevi, Donnie getting ready for another throw shortly as well. So just a break at the moment on the field. So you just saw a jump earlier on there from the leader of the long jump, Arthur, with the foul throw, though, a foul jump I should say. So perfect conditions. Say the threat of rain, looks like just those little dollops that we had earlier in the day is it, and it's moved through nicely. And it's just, again, as always, turning into an absolutely delightful evening for track and field. Lovely afternoon so far. Appreciate your company here on the live stream of the Porritt Classic 2024. Live stream coverage brought to you in association with the Hamilton City Council. As the council has put in some funds with regards to the resurfacing. This is a brand new track being utilised for the first time in competition. And we've already seen some wonderful performances. Tuimasevi. Good throw. Another really good throw from Donnie. Getting some good distance there. Seeing what some of those numbers are. I think Tony's got them in front of him. What are they sort of getting them out around?
Well, up until that throw, his best was 65.75, but I would think that's going to be close to bettering that mark. We'll get a read on that shortly. And in the high jump for women, it's finished up with Imogen Skelton. I believe she cleared 175 to take out the competition. So we think that is concluded from what we've observed from here.
Well, one thing that normally is a giveaway that the high jump is over is that there's no high jump bar. So I would suspect that means that could be done and dusted.
Yeah, so Donny Tuamasavi is just thrown 69.21, so that's a very decent sort of a throw. If he can get over that 70 mark, he'll be very happy.
Well, he is capable. That is, I believe, his national record is over that particular mark. As we go back to the long jump, which is cruising along nicely, and just another example, as we see one of our Cook Islands athletes. We were mentioning before, you saw Leah Johnson, the Australian athlete that Tony Rogers was talking about. She has now forsaken the javelin. She's now down the other end of Porritt Stadium, and she's now competing in the shot put. As I say, it's always a challenge for these multi-eventers. And now we're back underway. We've actually got some hurdles. So we have got just a couple of athletes here. That was Saskia Rind and Georgia Rose Boyd. Talia Van Ruin not choosing to participate. There you go, that's Saskia Rind. She's run 16.44, and Georgia Rose Boyd around that sort of 18-second mark, we suspect. 18.91 for Georgia Rose. And so that was the 100 metres women's under 20 hurdles. Let's go back to Stephen Thorpe out of North Harbour Bays. Officials again who continue to do a great job, make their way in. It's foul throw, so they won't be needing to measure that one. Move back now, we're on to the under 16 hurdles. Let's see our javelin. That there is Caleb Sola. And throwing, wearing that Sola Throwing Academy t-shirt. That's a good throw. I do wonder, it's interesting though, again, I hark back to that comment of Stuart Farquhar talking about, throwing, wanting it off the right shoulder. I wonder, Caleb as a left-handed thrower, I wonder whether it's as advantageous based on, I guess, those comments from someone who obviously knows and did it pretty well. Be interested to see whether that's got any impact given that Caleb is throwing left-handed. There's our field. And we have got all three of them, which is nice. We saw Connor Brady and Hemi Peachy lining up before, and Ryanko Haggard has joined in the middle out of Pakaranga. So that's Takapuna Athletics on the inside in lane number 4. Ryanko Haggard in lane number 5, and Hemi Peachy. And I've got to say, which is just a really clean, crisp uniform. There's just something about the white with a little bit of red on it. It's pretty tidy. There's Quinn Motley. Goes through nicely, nose down into the turf. Measure that one for him. So this is 100 metres. Connor on the inside. He's got a personal best of 14.54, which he's run this season. Hemi on the outside. Hemi Peachy, he's run a PB, which is also a season's best as well, of 15.6. Reminder again that they're competing on a new surface. A little bit of extra spring could be advantageous for our hurdlers today. Hogarth leads them over. Lovely technique. Ryanko Haggard, this is beautiful. Clearing them nicely. Lovely in between the hurdles. Geez, that's nice. That's really nice. Ryanko Haggard with the victory. A lovely display. It's one of those events where when an athlete gets their rhythm right, their strides in between each hurdle is just so beautiful to watch. There's a real flow to it. Whether you're going over 100, 110, 400. really nice run there by your winner. And he's run 13.47. And Hemi Peachy will be pleased because he's actually taken another couple of tenths off his personal best. Actually, more than a couple of tenths. He's taken over a second off in running second from Connor Brady. And Connor actually wasn't far off his season's best as well. Hemi's taken over a second, about 1.2 off. That's a really good run. Rianko Haggard with the victory in that one. Now we go to the under 18. It'll be the 110 hurdle. So again, just a little bit more of an adjustment there. You see there athletes and family members and friends that have come out to watch the Porritt Classic, just utilising the shade of the trees. Those shadows starting to lengthen. Shot foot, a bit of a tumble coming out there. Tanya Ranganchita coming out. It's the women's shot put. That's sponsored by the Frankton Athletics and Harrier Club. Here's Tuamasevi again. Just short of 70 metres. Let's see if he can really send one out here, the Samoan champion. It's low, it's flat. Probably not as long as his previous one. Didn't seem to have the rhythm when he hit the cross step and got into his delivery of the javelin that time, Donnie. A good throw nonetheless, and put the measure on it. It's another round. There he is. So wonderful to have the Samoan champion. Members of the Cook Island squad here today. Athletes representing Tonga as well. We'll go over, have a quick chat with Coach. You see what he's been doing. What he'd like to see improved on as they head into the next round or two. Just getting the hurdle set in front of us. There he goes. Oh, we know that bloke. Ben Langton Bonnell. He's going and helping him out there. Being a wonderful thrower in his own right. A creative human being as well now, running his own little content creation agency that's based out of Cambridge. Still throwing every once in a while. You get the odd Instagram post from Ben and he's out doing a little bit of work. He's keeping his hand in, arm in maybe, might be the best way to word it. There you see athletes just preparing the hurdles. Let's see what happens here. A few of them, you see them just dropping those hurdles down. You'll see them go back and they work on the start. Some might just do one, not want to go clattering into the next one. Others might want to do a couple. Well, you just see them being laid down for the moment. And you see those, all of them going through, the adjustments being made, moved into the different positions. You can't see it from that particular angle, but when you look down, you'll see a yellow mark, a black mark, a blue mark, a red mark. Yellow marks as well, and just all the different markings for where the hurdles need to go, depending on whether it's over 80, over 100, over 110, whether it's for the 400 as well. So just getting those set and ready.
Extreme hurdle down there. Paul Wilson. Paul Wilson, you know, from St Paul's. It was a national 400 decathlon final hurdle time. No, for running backwards. He used to run backwards.
And you see the adjustments have been made. You see a few from athletes from St Paul's there. That's the red, black and white singlets just disappearing out of the bottom of your shot. Good to see them down there and just helping. Just getting ready for the 110. And Roger's just pointing out that Cameron French's dad is down there just helping with the hurdles. I thought I was going to say, not bad over the sticks himself as well. A very talented family.
Yeah, it's good to see Nigel, the St Paul's boys, the Bumblebees as we know them when they come to putting up these hurdles, being well supported by Mike French and Paul Wilson, great hurdlers in their day as well.
Ty Gonzalez, Noah Retford, Connor Gilliland. They are the athletes competing at the moment. 110, this is the under 18. Retford. We're in the secondary schools attire of New Zealand. Tell you what, he's being pushed though by Gilliland. It's a good run. Noah Retford's personal best, by the way, is a 16:59. Just wait for the figures to come through. We get confirmation as to what that particular time was. It looked pretty good. Yo, pretty good. How does 15.05 sound? Holy smokes. That's what? What are we talking? Second and a bit off there, based on the stats that we've been provided? That's a great run, just over 15 seconds by Noah Retford. Connor Gilliland wasn't that far behind him with a 15.3. And Ty Gonzalez just got clipped a couple of hurdles there, 16.81. It's gracious me.
Yeah, it'll be good to get the win readings for these. Nigel, the previous hurdles race had a plus 1.3, which is just what they want. It's inside that legal mark, so there'll be some more personal bests, I'm sure, if the win stays like it is.
I was saying, Noah Retford, according to the statistics that we have been provided, his previous best was 16.59. So that's over a second and a half. But that breeze, as you do point out, Tony, the breeze is just picking up a hair. As you say, when we're talking about records in particular, has to be under that 2 metres per second mark. You're allowed that behind you. A plus wind, an advantage wind of plus 2 metres per second is acceptable. As soon as you go over that, then all of a sudden you'll see some records maybe get scrubbed. We saw that if you think back to the World Championships in Oregon a couple of years ago. Tony Amazon, who won the 100 metres, she set the world record mark, then she broke it again in the final, but in that particular event, we're in the semi-final, she had a wind at her back, I think it was plus 1.6. There as we see the shot put competition continue. Bit of a break over at the Javelin at the moment. I don't think we'll be too far away. We should be seeing a few hammer throwers starting to warm up as well. That could get quite interesting. When you look at someone like Anthony Nobilo, who again that's got to be one of the real quiet achievers of New Zealand track and field. He just goes about his work. He just steadily gets better and better. He's starting to creep closer to that 70-metre mark, which I know would be a massive moment for him if he could get the hammer past that particular mark at some point throughout 2024. And the thing is as well, he seems like he's been around forever, but he's still actually a reasonably young man in hammer throwing terms, Tony. So I'll be interested to see how Anthony goes today.
Yeah, he's only 24 and he's competing. There's the two Anthonys at the top of the hammer competition in New Zealand. There's Anthony Barnes, who's over there in the States plying his trade. He's just over the 70-metre mark, and I know Anthony Nobilo back here is working hard, training in Auckland, is trying to notch that one as well. So they're having good sort of national duel, if you like, around that 70-metre mark. So it'll be really good to see Anthony get up there. So yeah, he set a personal best at the Porritt Classic earlier this year. So yeah,
it'd be nice to see them doing it head to head, as opposed to with large, vast quantities of ocean between them. Lovely to see that. But it is good again, and great that you pointed out Anthony Barnes, because again, that is just another example, because one thing that we do sometimes forget at this time of the year is the wonderful talent that we've got racing over, particularly in the NCAA, in the college system over there. Again, some really good young athletes over there, not only getting a really good education in terms of their athletics career, but also as well coming away with some pretty good degrees and stuff out of that wonderful college system over there.
Oh yeah, and it's a great thing for our athletes to be able to do that, get supported in the college system while they're competing and racing abroad. And when we say abroad, I guess they're racing internally in the States, but that gives you a fair bit of contrast, some of the meets they get to go to representing their college. So yeah, I call it the missing talent that we have when we come to our domestic summers. So there's a lot of talent over there in that sort of 18 to 25 bracket.
Well, I know for a fact that Athletics New Zealand Joseph Dunn 4 and James Hansen is in 5. Couple of New Zealand secondary school representatives there in 4 and 5. Joseph Dunn, he's starting to edge his way forward. Being pushed though by Nathan Brown. That's a really good run again. Season's best for, a personal best for Joseph Dunn is 14.73. Not sure where that will be. Where has he got there? Well, he has actually taken another 500s off it. 14.68, 14.68 seconds for Joseph Dunn. Nice run, Nathan Brown, 14.93. James Hansen with a 15.79. And Connor Brown, 15.84. So all the athletes under 16 seconds over 110 metres of under 20 high hurdles. Joseph Dunn there. Always nice when you can the name of Joshua Hawkins and go, well, what could he deliver?
Yeah, well, he's definitely in good form, and he's got a couple of records he probably might chase. The first one will be the national resident record. That means a record set here in New Zealand. He's got that at 13.94, and so he was just outside that last week by 6/100ths of a second in Wellington. So we'll see how he gets on.
Just saw him warming up there, flying through shot. As we say, how nice would that be? He is the national record holder. Setting that last year at the Australian Championships, if memory serves. So that's a 13.67. Resonance record of 13.94. Just a hair over 14 is best so far this year, 14.01. He's going to have Max Te Rua of the Cook Islands, Tom Maloney and Ethan Phillips. Tom and Ethan, clubmates of that man on your screen. Again, another wonderful athlete. I've lost track of the national championships he's won. I think it's 8, it could be 9. Again, another one who just keeps turning up year after year after year. He's a good dude, as you can see there. He's fizzed up and ready to go. Now, if he can get up and get going, this could be fun. So, new track, a little bit of spring in it maybe. Good form off that Capital Classic. Looks really focused as well. You see the killer bees there that you heard Tony Rogers allude to before, the yellow, the white, the black stripes of St Paul's Collegiate. That breeze, a little bit strong. He's it's like he's telling himself to calm down at the moment. Just chill. Don't you love it? People who are just happy at what they're doing. Really focused. He just wants to get on with it. Just a little bit of adjustment that's being made at the moment. STB again. So that's Max Terurua of the Cook Islands is in lane number 3. Tom Maloney in lane number 4. He's got a season's best of 15.8. Josh Hawkins, lane number 5. Doesn't look like Ethan Phillips is going to line up. So it'll be just the 3. Working our way through as well. Another round of the men's javelin. Not far off being completed as well in the men's long jump. Lewis Arthur has been going great in that particular event, brought to you by Pace Engineering. Lewis, not too far off, I think, one of his last jumps in that particular event. Hawkins waits. Now he gets the call. Te Rurua in lane number 3. Tom Maloney in 4. Hawkins in 5. Multiple national champion Joshua Hawkins. Good start. Up and over. Takes the first couple down. Actually clipping a few of them. Oh, he just hasn't got it today. Just clattering so many of them. He's going to go through. That time will be, well, around about 14-ish maybe. Just not clean, though, from Josh Hawkins. 14.09. Tom Maloney, 15.81, so just outside his season's best. And Te Rurua with a 16.55. Josh Hawkins, and just stopping, thinking, now replaying the race in his mind. That was, I think he must have clattered at least five odd flights of hurdles there. He's having a chuckle to himself now. But again, 14 seconds. Good early season times for Joshua Hawkins. I'm sure we will see more from him across 2024. And once again, the army of volunteers make their way out onto the track. As the hurdles are now broken down and taken to the side. Moved a little bit, certain flights. As we come back again. And this is the women's 100 metres. Johnson. She looks very frustrated, rips the wrapping off the wrist. It's not a happy multi-eventer. We see the next event. This is the women's 100 metre hurdles. 4 athletes. Talia Van Rooyen, Grace Wisniewski, Celine Pern and Alessandra McDonald. See Alessandra, very good multi-eventer. Celine Pern out of Waitakere there, 3.63. Of the group, she's got the best time so far this season with a 14.39. Van Rooyen, she's run a 14.58. Wisniewski yet to break 15. McDonald, she's got a best of 14.26. So if they can run to their ability, this could be a very interesting wee race. Van Ruin in 3. Wisniewski in 4. Pern in 5. McDonald in 6. Ooh, can get themselves set. The people who's taken the advantage. Again, as the shadows start to lengthen. We're just coming up 20 past 5. It's been a very pleasant day. There's Natalia Rankinchita. And another one who's just doesn't feel as though she's vibing with the throwing circle, Natalia. I haven't seen too many people step out of the ring looking really chuffed with the way that they've been throwing the orb. And it happens. We all have those days, no matter what. I'm sure these athletes, if they have had the sort of day that maybe doesn't please them, they will come back, they will focus, they will learn, as we all do. This is 100 metres. Work through what has been a really good card. Still plenty more to come as well. Elite men's and women's hurdles sponsored by the team at Lodge Real Estate. Hawkins having a little bit of a chat, working through. Just a very relaxed human being. They're just working through a few things here. So the shot put event is completed at the moment. Through the last few rounds as well of the long jump. Still got 800 metres to come, 200 metres as well. It's got quite interesting as well, given the wonderful effort earlier on today of world 200 metre para champion Daniel Aitchison, who was just 0.04 of a second off equaling the 100 metres world record. So that will be interesting to watch and see whether Danielle, the world champion over 200, how that will translate. This four-woman field is getting set. Van Ruin in 1. Wisniewski in 4. Sorry, Van Ruin is in 3. Wisniewski 4. Pern 5. McDonald 6. And away. Pern. And McDonald. Just starting to creep away. McDonald's actually got a bit of a break here at the moment. She's hurling really nice. She's made a clear breakaway. That's a lovely effort. And a very tidy time from Alessandra McDonald. She and Pern were pretty even over those first 3 flights, but then just a little cleaner and a little tidier from Alessandra McDonald, and she has raced away to win that one. It's wonderful. 14.14. That is a very sharp time. Easily her so far, but that is sharp. Pern with 14.72. Van Ruin 15.17. And Wisniewski 15.36. That is a very nice performance by Alessandra McDonald. All the hurdles get cleared away as we head back over to Javelin. Ballycloppins out of Cambridge. There won't be measured. We've also seen some very good performances early on in 4 by Tori Peters, New Zealand's leading javelin exponent. She'll be setting her sights on some big events throughout 2024 as well.
So the next race coming up on the track is the
Max
handicap
Terurua.
race for our Masters athletes.
Seen him doing hurdles. He's back
This
over
race
doing
was
javelin.
named
That's
this
just
race
what
in memory of
the multi-sporters do. It's how the
Maori
decathletes roll at an event like this. They're just constantly moving from event to an event to an event.
Countless hours in the lead up to all of these
Down in front
meetings,
of
processing entries and helping process
Solar Power
results,
crew.
reshuffling heats and everything on the day. Pretty thankless task. She sat in the back room,
Terurua.
never saw an event in pretty
Plenty of
much 4 days.
space. Gets that nose down, so they'll measure that one.
What an incredible woman she was. She spent more than 50 years as an official, helping out at meetings up and down the country. New Zealand secondary schools events, wherever they were in the country, with the Maori
That particular
community.
event,
And kind of
throwing
thinking that their last
43.36 has been his best. Lead of the event at the moment remains Doni Tuamasevi was 69.21. No, Bottas out of Pakaranga was 67.15. There you see the flags we were talking about before. Lovely shot of the international favour at the Porritt Classic of 2024. Caleb Solier is third at the moment. He's throwing 54 metres 67, and Max Tiura 46.18. It's his best. Last throw 42 metres 79 for Te Urua. And now ready for another one of the fun events. This is again a little bit of a feature of the Porritt Classic. This is the mixed 40 to 79 60 metres Masters Handicap Dash. It's a really neat, fun event that they do each and every year. And always really well supported. It's sponsored by the good team at Primo Vino. So there's a good system that they like to try and work on. Susu runs out of lane. Andrea Harris out of Wairarapa in lane number 3. Trevor Watson out of 4. Stephen Burden in 5. Ian Lathwood competes out of lane number 7. It's a really neat event. Here's Botis trying to hut down Tuimasevi. It's a good throw. I don't know if it's going to be enough though. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on that one. You see Tuimasevi and Botis, two prime contenders at the moment in the men's javelin. There's Tuimasevi. It's just still getting set up for the mixed event, the mixed handicap over 60 metres. You see, just working away, measuring that. I don't know if it's going to be the distance that Bottas will want. Needs 70 to get past Tuimasevi. You see the competitors in this mixed handicap, and it's also going to be run in memory of a Waikato Bay of Plenty and Athletics New Zealand life member. Murray Oman passed away sadly since the last Porritt Classic, and so they'll be running with her very much in their mind. It's a really neat concept. As I say, it'll be always well supported, always enthusiastically run as well. I can tell you. They're just getting set for that. Tuamasevi, you can see just in the top part of your screen, he's getting ready to throw, and as we cut over to him now. Launches that one. Oh, that's good. That is good. Is it better, though, than the 69? It's in a similar area. He's gone down the left side of the sector. And that's always hard just to get the angles right. He's looking at it. Doesn't look completely sold. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Here we go. Sue, Gower, Harris, Watson, Burden, Lathwood and Zhu. It's the 60 metres Masters handicap dash. Athletes from 40 to 79 involved. And away. Some good sport. Lathwood coming through. He's going to get it. Also Burden. I think it might have actually been Cheryl Gower possibly. Who might have been the first of the ladies over. So the main thing that we do like to see is, you may have heard that from Tony Rogers in the background, no hamstrings, no injuries. Everyone made it to the finish line. That's always good. So, there you go. Ian Lathwood out of Takapuna, who's already had a couple of runs. There's Simon Zhu as well. Here's Max Te Uaroa out of the Cook Islands. Let's see what he can do as we head towards the closing stages of this javelin. He's currently sitting in 4th spot with 46.18. Can confirm as well that the men's long jump has been completed, and Lewis Arthur 7 metres 29 with a comfortable victory over Jack Bryan out of Napier, 6.64. Peter Taunara out of the Cook Islands with 6.43, and that's the top 3 in that one. Women's javelin, by the way, Brianna Stevenson leading 38.01, Hayley Coppins 34.53, Leah Johnson 31.40, and Saskia Rind 24.72. Again, plenty of multi-eventers in that one. Caleb Solar's best so far has been 54.67. What's the lefty from Lower Hutt got? Yeah, that's not too bad. That'll be in that area, you suspect. Might be able to tack a centimetre or two on. Murray McKinnon's giving him the nod, so he thinks it's a little bit better. There's Muzz. There they go. They get the implement, move it out of the way. Bottas warming up that right shoulder. Here is Caleb. See that one coming through. That one there, 53.66 for Caleb Solar. It's a little shy of the 54.67 he threw. Well, Bottas, 67 metres, 15 centimetres his best so far. He needs to find another 2 and a bit metres to get past the Samoan champion, Donny Tuamasevi. Support from the club mates behind him. Like that, does he like that? Oh, this could be interesting. Right down the middle of the sector. He's not showing much, so I don't know if he thinks he's got that one or not. You can see as it's been pulled out by the gentleman in the old school Chiefs jerseys. Really pulled that out a bit. So that's sunken really well, had a beautiful arc on it. As he put down a bit of a mark to make the Samoan champion work for the title here in Kirikiriroa. Waiting. Portis looking. And he has found just a little extra, but not enough. 67.72. So this is a swag throw. Swag run, as they like to say in X Games parlance. Gee, I tell you what, though, he'll be thinking, man, if I can get one out over 70, that'd be a great way to end my day's work here in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. Tuamasevic back on the runway, looks, tries to work on that grip. Has he got another 80 centimetres in him? Can he get over 70 for the day? Oh, he's released. Oh, I think it's in a similar sort of range to Bottas. Be interesting to see again down the centre of the arc. It's nice little pat on the back there by Te Erua. Bottas with the handshake. There's the winning smile. Get confirmation of what that final throw was. His best of the day has been 69.21. See what he finishes with, but he will be your winner irrespective of what he's throwing there. 65.48 for Donny Tuamasevi, but he wins the men's javelin at the Porritt Classic. Congratulations to our visitor from Samoa. So as our field events come to an end, say Lewis Arthur with the victory in the men's long jump, Brianna Stevenson in the women's javelin, Donny Tuamasevi in the men's javelin. And we got a bit of fun coming on here. This is the 4x400 mixed open relay. So we've got teams from Fairfield Athletics Club, Wanganui Collegiate, the Hamilton City Hawks, and Athletics Waikato Bay of Plenty crew. So that is the different athletes getting ready. So mixed 400, so as it suggests, 2 male, 2 female athletes, and this is an event that we've seen come very much to the fore, particularly at the Under-20 World Championship. And it's quite a nice little event, something a little different. We are underway. So it's Fairfield Athletics Club in lane number 2, Wanganui Collegiate in 3, Hamilton Hawks in lane number 4, and Waikato Bay of Plenty rolling out in lane number 5. You can run them in any order. So it looks like is Collegiate, the Hawks, and YBOP have decided to start with male athletes. Working their way through, coming down. Of course, they'll do the first 400 metres in their lanes. Once they get through 500, they will break the stagger. So it's going to be Waikato Bay of Plenty handing over. Pretty even first lap between YBOP, the Hawks, and Collegiate. Comes the Fairfield Athletics Club with their changeover. So they've given them around 75 metres. And so from that outside stagger, that is the Waikato Bay of Plenty side leading at the moment. It's Collegiate sliding into second spot. And then we make it back to the Hawks. A bit of a gap all the way back to Fairfield. But these three have cleared out. It's got to be said that Fairfield Athletics Club, that is very much a junior team that is competing. Very young indeed. Again, just a great experience, another chance to run on this wonderful new surface. Bat and change again. So it's Waibop with the advantage. Then Collegiate and the Hawks pretty much neck and neck. But the Waibop team has got that advantage at the moment, and comfortably so. It's coming down now. Fairfield Athletics Club, they're changing over. They've got around about 120 metres to make up. As I say, using athletes, say their combined age would probably be maybe at best around 70. They look around 14, 15 at the oldest. This is a good little event though. Good break at the moment though by Waikato Bay of Plenty. They've got the advantage. Hawks now comfortably into second spot. They've managed to drop Wanganui Collegiate. So down. Final 400 metres to go. Away go Waibop. The Fairfield Athletics athlete running. Then it's the Hawks. Here comes the collegiate changeover. That's in front of us that you can't see at the moment as Waikato Bay of Plenty make their way down the back straight. Hamilton Hawks trying to close the gap on them though. And he is doing it. Final changeover happening in front of us. That young Fairfield Athletic Club team. Hawks are trying to close down Waibop and just every stride eating into it. This could be an absolute grandstand finish coming around 125 to go. The Hawks, just cruising to the outside. Nice comfortable run. This has been well timed. The Hawks are going to get the W on their home track. They run down Waibop. Time around 350, 353. Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate will come through in third spot. And then this very young Fairfield Athletics Club. Tell you what, their time, as I said, considering their average age looks about 14, 15 at best, this time's going to be really good, looking at around sub 4:30. Really nice as they come down, get a good round of applause, more great experience for those young runners on this wonderful surface. So the Hawks win a time of 3:52.59, just over a second ahead of Waikato Bay of Plenty, then Wanganui Collegiate, and then the Fairfield Athletics Club. But a nice initiative. It's a nice event. Really like this and look forward to seeing that happen more in the future. And we're getting ready for the women's 800 metres. This is the permit event. And this is sponsored by the Hamilton City Hawks. That mixed 4x400, by the way, that was sponsored by the good team here at the Porritt Classic. This is the 800 metres. This is the permit event. So there's some good runners in here. Estella Peerless, I should say. The best in terms of the season, and by a good 3 seconds as well. She's run a 2:06. Stacey wearing big number 362. Runs out at North Harbour Bays. So, as I say, they will run the first 100 metres in their lanes, and then you will see them break the stagger when they hit the 300 metres, and then they will slide across. 2 laps. Pacemaker looking at the watch. So they've had instructions as to what they are to try and work through. I just want to know this, Tony, in terms of a pacemaker, who gets to decide? How do you get the consensus as to what pace they want to go through? Is it just the big guns say this is what we want, or is there a little bit of a committee to it?
Oh, from time to time there's a bit of committee, but if there's a couple of athletes that stand out, well then it's, the top gun, as you call them, can ask the meet director to set the pace. And yeah, so Stella Peerless is running through here really nicely. She's going to be about a 63 first lap, which will give her about a 2.7 in these conditions, I think. It's not that ideal. The wind's gusting around a little bit now, as you notice the flags are changing direction, Nigel. So yeah, and Stella was really unlucky. She tried to come down to the capital last week, but her flights were delayed and then cancelled. So she'll be fresh and maybe short of a race.
The joys of travelling to our nation's capital. I'm sure we've all experienced that on more than one occasion. She looks very, very comfortable. Lovely long loping stride at the moment as they head down just on 200 to go.
Yeah, so if they can run under 2:10, they'll be pretty happy here for these girls. Obviously Stella, she's well looked after by her father with the coaching department, and he's got a pedigree, so she should have some clear advantages here in this race, but particularly against these young ladies.
Well, it didn't even look like she really accelerated, yet all of a sudden there was a gap of around 4 or 5 metres, and she's just running so beautifully, as you say. She looks incredibly fresh. Time's going to be around 2:08. That's a nice time. Coming through, bit of a lunge there.
I think it could have been.
We're coming through second.
Samantha Lascelles, I think it could have been. I just missed spotting that.
I think it might have been. It was a decent old battle there, but oh goodness. You say she looked short of a run. Well, that just looked very, very easy for Stella Peerless. 2 minutes, 8.75 seconds. She's done that really comfortably. Taking a wee while to see who got up for second. It was actually Lucy Jacobs, another North Harbour Bay's runner. 2:11.4 just from Holly Fawcett. 2:11.46. That was a personal best as well for Holly. And we see the men's shot putters warming up. It's the senior event. You see Liam Minchok-Wolf in the ring before, the throwing circle. You see there's Harley. There's one member of our wonderful camera team. He's probably the good spot there, Harley. A little bit of shade there. As they get a lovely shot. Assuming that shot is going to be coming from Yun Tae on the other side. Man who's been doing a lot of work has been Stephen. Stephen was our cameraman who was pacing alongside some of the middle distance runners down the back straight. Showing a good pace. There he is. You can tell. Look at him. He's built for speed. In fact, I know for a fact there's a bid in from the Hamilton City Hawks. They want him to run the final leg of the 4x100 at Nationals. So there's a bit of negotiation for his boss, Ben Rogers, whether he can get a clearance to compete. Here is Corin Hanning. We're in the Solar Power Throwing Academy. Solar doing great work down there with that particular initiative. Liam Minchok-Wolf, again, another one of our great throwers. Young throwers coming through. The nice mullet as well there. Short at the front, nice and fluffy at the back. Looks good as he's whirling around and releasing. Stephen Thorpe having a throw as well today. Some wonderful talent coming through again. Talk about the talent. There's one right there. That's Blessing Seffel. He is a very impressive young man. Tony, that's a guy who's going some places.
Yeah, we've got the best of our next rank of throwers in the shot put here. We don't have Nick Palmer, who's thrown just under 20 in the meets this year locally. Tom Walsh is over in Europe at the moment, and we're not 100% sure what Jacko's next meet is, but so these are the next youngsters, and they're progressing all the time, so it's really good, and I know Nick Palmer's looking for the 20-metre throw.
Now, just to confirm as well, I'm pretty sure that you saw Blessing Seffel. I believe you'll find that he's going to use this as an attempt to qualify for the Junior World, so he'll be using the 6kg implement as opposed to the senior shot put. So he needs around Just checking my notes here. So they'd be targeting around 18:20. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well.
Yeah, so they can definitely qualify using the 6 kg shot. So the open men throw 7.26 kgs. In meets like this, often if there's a World Junior under 20 Championship qualifying opportunity, we give that to our under 20 athletes at these meets to throw that implement concurrently with the open men's implements.
Well, he hasn't been far off. I think he's throwing like a 17.9. So he's in the area. There you see our hammer throwers getting ready, including, you just see the guy there with the grey shorts and the yellow shirt just to the right of your screen. It is Anthony Nobilo. He will be someone who I'm sure will be keen as mustard to see whether or not he can maybe use some of these conditions that have been favourable to those names I mentioned before, the likes of the Julia Radcliffes, the Lauren Bruce, the Nicole Bradleys, who've enjoyed throwing here immensely. This here is the men's 800 metres. Solomon Randerson of Auckland in lane number 3. Zach Manning, lane number 4 out of Hastings. Milo Lindsay from Auckland is in lane number 5, and Jackson McKay of Hawke's Bay Gisborne running in lane number 6. Zach and Jackson have all gone sub at 2 minutes. Just waiting at the moment as everything starts to get set and ready. Up on the screen, I've got the thumbs up from Tony Rogers that 18:20 is the target for Blessing Seffel when he gets in the ring, in the throwing circle, excuse me. There's Liam Chock Wolf. So here comes Thorpe as well. There's our 800 metres runners just waiting. So then after that, start looking at some sprinting action. So the women's 200 metre para featuring Danielle Atchison, that'll go at around 6:20. So in around 25 minutes time. Underway. So it's Randerson, Manning, Lindsay and McKay. 2 laps of this newly resurfaced Porritt Stadium course. What has just been a lovely day. The weather threatened to get a little bit frisky. There was a brief spot of rain that came through, but it was incredibly brief. And it has just been glorious. It's another delightful evening. Here comes our 2 leaders at the moment. That is Jackson McKay and Zach Manning. So the East Coast athletes at the moment from the North Island leading the Auckland athletes. McKay, as I say, he's done sub 2 minutes before, so too is Manning. Manning actually ran 1:59.63 earlier this year. That's his season's best. Jackson's yet to go under 2 minutes this year. Good times at the moment, though.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because Zach Manning, the brother of Holly Manning, actually, he's run close to 2 minutes a lot and just snuck under once, but he's been almost looks like he's getting the pace set by his clubmate here. So we'll see how they're going. They're coming round now.
They've got just on 150 to go. They're heading to the home straight around that 145. Now Manning moves to the outside. If he's got a big sprint in him, he's trying to really dig in, isn't it?
Isn't he? Yeah.
Oh, he's hustling his way down. It's going to be so close. I think the clock's going to win, and it does, but only just. He didn't miss out by much, Zach. Nice win from Jackson McKay. Timed it nicely. There is Anthony Nobilo. A multiple-time New Zealand champion. He's been getting really close to 70 metres. That's the mark he would love to break. As you heard Tony Rogers allude to earlier, there's another Anthony Barnes, who's over in the United States, who's been really getting the orb out at distance as well. So this is going to be an interesting wee battle. 2 minutes, 0.78 seconds for Zach Manning, so just outside. Getting ready now for another men's 800 metre. There's Corin Hanning again. There's the shot put. Isn't too far away from getting underway. He's doing the prize giving at the moment for the men's javelin. Caleb Sola finishing third. Obotis finishing second, and here is the Samoan champion, and then he is now the champion of the Porritt Classic of 2024. Donny Tuamasevi. And the man who gets to do the presentations and the handshakes, he knows a thing or two about slinging a javelin as well. Great to see Stuart Farquhar, the Farquhar family, sponsoring the javelin events. Tell you what, is that Farquhar Jr.? Because he's a size as well. The shoulders on him.
He's looking all right, isn't he?
I was going to say, Stu looks like he could probably still go out there and throw 70. He's still looking in good nick as well. But again, wonderful to see. Just a sport that gave him so much, and he has gone out of his way to make sure that he gives back, which is what we see a lot from athletes. It's absolutely wonderful. So we're getting set now for another men's 800 metres. So Robert Fitzpatrick is in lane 1, Charles Royal 2, James Ford in 3, Tom Cowan 4, Morgan 6, McLennan in 7, Charlie Richardson in 8, and Timothy Wallace in 9. And James Ford, a very impressive young runner. Yeah, I think Stephen doing a great job there and being paced nicely here as well. And straight away, Ford and Cowan to the front. Cowan, black with the iridescent stripe down the side. The colour synonymous with the North Harbour Bays team. Ford in the blue of Auckland.
So we're going to look for their split, as they probably want about a 52 through the 400. So the pacemaker's doing a pretty good job.
He's bang on, 52 and a half with a lap to go. Moves to the side, and he lets Cowan and Ford duke it out. Ford comfortable sitting in behind. Great pacemaking work. Here they come. Looking comfortable, the pair of them. Cowan in front, Ford sitting behind. Just coming up to the 200 mark. Who makes the move? The man with the iridescent stripe down the side or the man with the iridescent green shoes? Great battle with 150 to go. Ford not moving yet. Cowan looking solid. Now he wants to move up to the shoulder. Looks to gun it, does James Ford. Cowan responds. Ford accelerating. Cowan. He doesn't have a kick this time, and it's going to be James Ford. The time's going to be good. Time's going to be around that 150 mark.
So these young lads have had some great battles. There's only about a fifth of a second that splits their personal best. They've run 149, both of them before, so it'll be good to see what pops up here.
Well,
as I say,
150.31 is what's popped up, Tony.
Yeah, so it's a little bit breezy out there now, and it would have been breezy down the back straight. You can see that wind's just coming in that traditional corner from Porritt Stadium. I remember that from many times before.
Person who's had many of an advantageous use of that particular breeze. Conor McLennan, by the way, and Tim Wallace have both run personal bests in that particular race. A 153 for Connell and Timothy with a 156. But Ford and Cowan, used to seeing those names battling it out for years to come. Very impressive. Go to the shot put. Here's Warren Hanning. Just doing some warm-ups by the looks still.
We were just talking about that wind, Nigel. It's going to be pretty ideal, I think, for the 200s. They're going to have a little bit of a head as they come around that sheltered corner, and then the use of the tail on the home straight, the way it's fluctuating at the moment.
It's picking up a touch. I guess the only real concern here, Tony, is it picking up a little bit too much is the only thought possibly. A reminder that we're talking about times anything over 2 metres per second behind an athlete.
Yeah, well, the sprinters will be hoping those anemometers, which are at the 50-metre mark, are still in a little bit of the lieu of the nice trees they have around that bottom bend, and they don't pick up so much wind.
It's been a little bit fluky, as you pointed out before in one of the previous races, though. What we saw was actually all the advertising signs, the flags that are directly in front of the main stand. There you see the back. Gee, you could drive over that back, couldn't you, of Blessing Sefel? Want to spend all that money in Auckland for a bridge? Just get Blessing and David Tour on the job. Look at that. But we're saying about the breeze, the entire flags, the flags had shifted basically from being blown from almost like a northwesterly. It almost sort of swung round. It was like though it was coming from the southeast. You see the Speedworks women's 200 metre athletes. Also Anna Stephen there as well, getting ready for her para 200 metre event later on. This is a good field. Tika Randall. So just Tika coming back from injury, running very well. Kiana Pohi, Amelia Fairclough, Mia Diega, Cameron Smart, Kendra Scally, Amelia Goldsmith and Brianna Irving. Mr. to start, that's a pretty good field. And this wonderful young talent coming through again. Kendra Scally's only 16 years of age, New Zealand Secondary School's representative. Diego's only just turned sort of 17. Looks of Cameron Smart, 23. Been around for a little bit now. Very much established. In terms of who's got the quickest time over the 200, it's Mia Diego who's run a 24.19. You see those numbers. Thank you very much to Ben Rogers, our producer, for that there. So it's a good field. Lots of wonderful talent in there. I say Tika Randall, just having come back, a bit of an injury. It's always nice to see athletes just making good, solid returns to the competitive sphere. Also just see as well there, just in behind the pole, sitting down at the moment, giving someone the thumbs up. That's Danielle Aitchison. She's already run the 100 and run the 100 in one of the fastest times ever for a T36 athlete. Just 400ths of a second outside the world record this afternoon in the 100. She's silver medal winner at the World Championships. She's the world champion over 200. See her down there. His arms folded at the moment. As these athletes get set for these 200 metres events, as they sponsored by Speedworks. We have to say thank you so much to all the wonderful sponsors. Athletics Tauranga sponsoring the men's 800 metre races, and Hamilton City Hawks sponsoring the women's 800. Not too far away either from the hammer throw getting underway in the cage. There they are right there. And we'll we'll be on the lookout in particular for Anthony Nobilo and what he can release today. It's always interesting watching. Always interesting watching the warm-ups. In fact, it could actually be Anthony heading into the throwing cage next, possibly. It's been interesting. One very interesting thing I've always found fascinating, it's the evolution of the body shape of a hammer thrower now, because it used to be back a time where they were basically just boulders with eyes. Now you see some of the athletes very long, very lean, the speed that they generate across the throwing circle. Here is Anthony Nobilo. Shirt and shoes to match. Another one who can generate such speed. Rips that one out. Ooh, that's good starter for 10. Likes that. On down the left-hand side of the sector as well. We'll keep an eye on the thing there. There's a smile. It's the one thing I do like about Anthony. If he does throw good, he'll at least smile about it. He's not one of those people with a really good poker face. He'll at least let you know.
Yeah, we've always got some good expressive field event exponents, haven't we, when they come out of the circle, particularly with the throwers. Be interesting. I'm looking forward to watching young Wellington woman who's on the rise as well. That's Elizabeth Hewitt. She threw a Wellington Open record last week in over 56 metres, coached by Shaka Solar on the team down there. And yeah, she's improving. I think this is her first year in the senior rank, so it'll be good to watch her in the women's throw.
I've got to ask, as the organiser of the Capital Classic, how much have you benefited from what Shaka is doing with that particular academy of his?
Oh, it's Wellington Athletics is benefiting what the work Shaka does. And I mean, yeah, we saw the Javelin there before. He's now got a full facility with all 4 throws. He's opened a new Javelin runway last week. Tori Peters was down there to do the honours for him, and with Kirsten Hellier. So yeah, it's a great thing for Wellington Athletics, and the work that he puts in. Majority of the throwers come from have had his touches on them at some stage anyway.
It's a wonderful job he does. As I say, it's again another great example of the time and effort that people put into this particular sport.
And he's got some good helpers with him, as Shaka, and Phil Jensen, to name one, who's a name of prominence, and obviously actually a former Hamilton boy. He's down there, and I think he's giving particularly the hammer throw some really good guidance, so too. See Arno van der Westhuizen. His first throw of the day. Let's see what that measurement was for Anthony. Just check and see what's Anthony Nobilo. Started with 66.54. It's not a bad one out the gate. Not a bad one out the gate at all. He'll be pleased with that. Yeah, though, now getting set for this 200 metres. They're being called up to their marks right now. So it is, as we pan across, Tika Randall in lane number 1. Kiana Pohi in 2. Media Fairclough 3. Mia Diego in 4. Cameron Smart 5. Kendra Scully 6. Media Goldsmith in 7. Brianna Irving in 8. Good start, particularly by Fairclough off the inside there in lane number 3 as she gets alongside Diego. Cameron Smart getting about her work too. This will be pretty even as they make their way into the home straight. In fact, if you go out even wider, it's Kendra Scully. Now here comes Goldsmith as well. Irving trying to finish hard. Coming up the inside too, Fairclough. This is going to be a great finish. Can Scully hold on? That's a super win. That is a super win for Kendra Scully. Very good race indeed, and it was a very even field as we pointed out, and yeah, what a finish to have for the women's 200. So it'll be good to see what sort of times those girls get and how that wind was.
24.26 personal best for Kendra. She's taken probably about a tenth or two, maybe more off it. Cameron Smart's run a PB, Fairclough's run a PB, Randall's run a PB as well. With Scully from Irving from Diego, who finished really well. That's 1, 2 and 3. We're talking from top to toe, covered by 1.3 of a second. That's a good race. That's a really good race.
Yeah, and the first 7 were all within half a second of each other, so that was one of the tightest finishes of the day with so many athletes across the track.
And now they feel it, but it's been a good day's work for those sprinters. They obviously run 100 early doors and then the 200 later on. It's a really good performance. They'll get ready for the men's 200. Joseph Miller, well, he threatened to cause a little bit of an upset in the 100, just got overhauled in the final 20. He'll feature again in lane number 6, but I think the eyes will be on the likes of Lex Revel Lewis, who we saw very impressive in the 400. Yato Yaneto, out of the Remarkables runners, he's been going pretty well too. Joe Dolphin, he'll be wearing the secondary school's attire. So this is a really good field. Kahurangi Cottrell, Joe Dolphin, Yato Yaneto, Lex Revel Lewis, Fergus McClay, Joseph Miller, Troy Middleton, Arian Walage will run out of lane number 8.
So just going back to the throws, Nigel, while we wait for this 200, it'd be interesting to see what the throwers say about the circles actually after today's performance, because they haven't been used for a good year, and of course throwers like to have the circles with a bit of smoothness to them, and that might be an effect for some of the throwing today. So it'll be good to get some feedback from them. I'm sure the throws coaches will have a little bit from them.
So, for those of you just tuning into the Porritt Classic live stream, thanks a lot for your company. Really appreciate it. So glad that you're with us for the final stages of what's been a really, really good day. The live stream brought to you in association with the Hamilton City Council. This is a brand new track that has been laid down, and we've already seen some very good times on the new surface. As you say, while all of that work was being done, none of the other area was being used. They've had fields out the back, grass track that they've actually been utilising, which, as Chris Strange actually pointed out as well, I thought maybe might have helped a few of the athletes too, training on grass. Give them a nice little reminder about the kind of surface that Sir Peter Snell set his world records on back at Cook's Gardens, back at Lancaster Park on that particular day. Story that I absolutely love. It's still one of the greats, one of the great stories. A little bit of rain around as well. It just gives added depth to it all the time when they talk about the 800 metre record that still stands today. One of the absolute greats. One of the great records. I was going to say, that one's got to be up there. The hour mark that Hayden Wild had a crack at trying to break a few years ago. Bill Bailey. Names. Okay. My favourite athlete has just walked into the throwing circle. Throwing in a Hawaiian shirt. Yes, son. Yes. Go, my man. You throw that thing as far as you can in your Hawaiian shirt. I love it. Good man. Who's this? That's Hano Nell. That's my new favourite athlete. That's outstanding. Bless him. Bless him. That's brilliant. Good colours as well. The purple, the nice pink contrasts. That's brilliant. Well done, son. Nice work. Hano Nell there. On that particular event, 200 metres though for men. Sponsored by Speedworks. Cottrell, Dolphin, Yaneto, Revel Lewis, McClay, Miller, Middleton and Walage. In the starter's hands. Good start will looks for Revel Lewis in lane number 4. Yaneto's been running well. This is a great start though by Joe Dolphin on lane number 2. It could be Dolphin leading them into the back straight. Oh, this is a lineup and a half. Now Revel Lewis starts to get on the toes and go. Is he edging forward? Down the outside comes Middleton. Gee, that's another good run. Good race. Another good race. young Dolphin there at the end. Just
It's got something, felt something.
something go. Pulled up, here's Blessing Siffle. Good run. Look at these times here. Ooh. Revel Lewis with a 21.39. Oh, and even better, a minor headwind as well. So a PB, just a very minor headwind. Oh,
That's a really interesting call, isn't it? Because we talked about the shelter of that nice curve around the bottom bend there, but it's obviously a bit of wind, as we said, fluctuating around. But great time there by Revel Lewis. He'll be really happy with that.
21.39. Kahurangi Cottrell's run a PB as well at 22. Middleton 21.7. Yaneto 21.73. Be interesting to see what happened with young Joe Dolphin. He just sort of pulled the pin there as he was really leading them into that back straight. It's a wonderful run though. As we now turn our attention to the women's para 200 metres, and it features the world champion over this particular distance, and Danielle Atchison already run one of the fastest 100 metres for a T34 athlete in history. She was just 4/100ths of a second off the world record of Xi Yiting of China. That was set at the Olympics in Tokyo. Danielle's time 13:65. But this is the 200 metres. This is the national record holder. This is the world champion. Again, it'll be interesting to see what she can do. So, again, it's athletes that we saw competing earlier today. You're going to run Gabrielle Wright off the inside. Then it'll be Anna Stevens out of North Harbour Bays. Then Danielle Atchison. She'll be wearing the black top with the green bottoms. Sasha El-Dazani of Egmont Athletics will be in lane number 5. Kate Danaher, another Bays Cougar, in lane number 6. And then Sarah James in lane number 8. And there you see Danielle just putting her hand up to her eyes just to shield them. Just chatting with one of the officials. Yes. It's at 28.5 seconds. And this is the event that she is the world champion in. And one of the fastest times in history over 100 metres to start the day. Watching what that breeze is doing. Waiting, very quiet. Breeze picking up a touch. Might just be a... Here it comes now. So Aitchison you see in lane at number 4. Anna Stephen, who will look to push her, is in lane number 3. El-Dazani in 5. Danaher uses the standing start out of lane number 6. Sarah James in 8. Gabrielle Wright is in 2. These are our wheelchair athletes. We watch lane number 4 and what the world champion can do on this new surface. And straight away, you see her really get about her work. Stevens will push her as always. But Aitchison leads them in. Down the main straight comes the world champion. Getting great support from the crowd that stayed. We look down to big dip. And what was that time? Well, they didn't actually have the clock running on that one. We are not sure. We are not sure what the time for that one was. Waiting to see. So they've didn't have the clock running on the start-finish line. So we are not sure of what the times are, so just we'll have to wait a little bit there. So that was a really good time by Danielle. I'll be fascinated to see what that particular time was. We're going to have to wait. Let's go to Blessing Seffel. I just lost it early on in that rotation. Frustration. Not that he shows a lot, the big man, but you can just tell a little bit. White had that one right.
And our winner was James Ford and 150.31. Both those two young men have already run twice and passed an average yield 149 to qualify for the World Championships, and it was 153.
As we see the hammer throwers.
So yeah, Nigel, we've got a good competition going there with the woman at the moment. It's Nadia Komarich, who's a well-performed schools athlete. She's just leading Elizabeth Hewitt with a 52.34. Hewitt's on 51.45. It is the early stages, so it's going to be a good little comp to start with.
Again, I mean, we've been let's be honest, we've been spoilt for a long period of time when it comes to woman hammer throwing, particularly in the last few years with obviously what Julia Radcliffe was able to do, and then we've seen Lauren Bruce come into the mix, and just for that nice brief little period as well, we had Nicole Bradley too, 3 athletes throwing over 70 metres. It was absolutely lovely. Now Lauren's still obviously in play here too, but we've got Nicole and Julia who have moved on.
Yes, Lauren's training out of Melbourne now, and of course we don't see her compete as much. She was over for the Porritt Classic early on, but I'm guessing she's going to come back for some of the other meets later in the season and then the national. So, yeah, but it's good as you say to see these younger throwers coming through, and they've had those 3 ladies to look up to over the last sort of decade almost.
Very good indeed. And to see we don't have still no confirmation with regards to that particular time, so we will find out what time was run by Daniel Aitchison. As I said, we know she was in very good form to start the day. We'll wait and see. Getting ready now for the men's Para 200. Stacked. Woolley, Steadman, Orwell, Smith, Joint, Kitts, Peterson. And a loaded group. It's Joint with the quickest time, which is classified as T64. Let's go, my man. Yeah, he doesn't like that one walk straight out the front, does Hano? He's off again. He's looking down. Tell you what, he's active. He's doing some miles. Comes straight out of the throwing circle. He's scooting around for somewhere else. I don't know where he's off to. Is his coach gone to the wrong end? There he goes. I don't know where he's off to. I was going to say. It's not a punishment, isn't it? Is it like if he has a foul throw, does he have to do a lap of the track? Is it some kind of a thing? Is he coming down to do the shot put? I think that's what he is doing. Possibly.
Yeah.
We just got the thumbs up. He's competed in the shot, so he's actually in both. Oh, yes, too. Yep, name's right there. Can't believe I didn't see it. So he's done. I tell you what, it's not bad time for at least 150 metres. And I can tell you too, Quinn Motley from South Canterbury is doing exactly the same. While he's doing that, we're getting ready for the 200 para. There he is. Anthony Nobelo's getting ready to step back into the throwing circle. He steps into the cage. Opened with 66 metre throw. Got something a little extra. There he is. Looks to generate some speed. Oh, he holds. Gee, that's not bad either. That is not bad either. Again, it's going down the left-hand side of the sector, which is what hammer throwers like to see.
Yeah, he just looked like he lost the balance a little bit there as it went, but it was really good throw for him, and I'm sure that'll be better than before.
We got the thumbs up, so he doesn't look too upset by it. We'll keep an eye on that one and see what happens. I'm waiting to see. Here comes the men's 200 metre para, as I say, stacked with international calibre. Jackson Woolley in 1, William Stedman, Olympian, 66.88 there for Anthony. Zachary Orble, Joe Smith, Mitch Joint, Dan Kitson, Lucas Pedersen in the outside lane. And away they go. Good start by Stedman in particular. Joint, once he gets up and gets going, he will look to really accelerate. Comes around the top bend, running nicely. Stedman looking to chase him down as well, but Mitch Joint showing really good pace. Stedman, I tell you what's giving him absolutely what for as well. That's going to be good. That's around the 22-23. Look at this. We look at what these times are as they come through. Mitch Joint in lane number 5. Time 23.55. 23.55. So again, it's a B qualifying standard for the Paras in Kobe and also the Paralympics in Paris. So that's a B standard for Mitch Joint. Reading this correctly, looking, checking. Just a little outside his PB, which is 23.32. So again, that's another B standard run by Mitch. As we look to see again, though, we still apologise, we don't have any information. William Stedman's run a PB, 25.15. Zach Orble's gone 29 flat, 29.50. And Daniel Kitts with a PB as well, 31.29. So sit and look. Some more 200 metre events still to come. There you see Mitch Joint, very impressive. Chantal McDonald, Papanui. See Samantha Lathwood. Amount of Lathwoods competing today. As I say, good family sport, track and field. So glad to have your company. This is the closing stages of the Porritt Classic of 2024. At the moment, the athletes we're really keeping an eye on. Anthony Nobilo. A little battle to maybe try and get the hammer past 70 metres, which would be a nice little bonus for him. We'll continue to just see what that result for Daniel Atchison was. We'll move our attention now to the first of the Women's Open. Hannah Hickson in 4, Samantha Lathwood is in 5, and Chantal McDonald's in lane number 6, over 200 metres. Very similar in terms of personal best times. Hickson looks like she's got the slight edge at the moment. McDonald to the outside. Lathwood, though, nice and even as they come down, but it is Hickson. Got a little bit of a break at the moment. Now here comes McDonald trying to finish strong, but no, Hickson's got this nicely under control. McDonald's going to come in second, Lathwood third. Hannah Hickson, personal best of 26. Well, I was going to say 26.7. She's just run a 26 flat. Chantel McDonald 26.68 and Samantha Lathwood 26.82. Less than a second covering those athletes. Quick look at the standings in the hammer for the women's. Nadia Kumarich with the slight advantage over Elizabeth Hewitt at the moment. Rana Tafiri of Samoa is currently in third spot. Anthony Nobilo with a 16-metre lead over Arno van der Westhuizen, with my man Hano Nell in third. Harrison McGregor just behind him in fourth. Blessing Sifo at the moment, 17 metres 60. And the shot put from Liam Chok with 17.30. Reed Davidson with a 12.85. Hano Nell. So he's top three in the hammer and top three in the shot put. Top four in the shot put. Here's Corin Hanning competing. So wait now for this next race. This is the 200 metres. This is another one. Yeah, there's pretty even spread in terms of times, not too much. Not a second in terms of personal bests. Rejoice Achina on the inside out of Te Awamutu. Danielle Gelderman in lane number 4. Caitlin Black in 5. Sophie Hancock in 6. Lily Anderson is in 7. And Mia Masters in lane number 8. Masters on the outside. Nice clean start by all. Very even as they come round as well. Maybe possibly Gelderman on the inside there in lane number 2. We'll see as they swing around. This is even as they come into the home straight. 4 across to the outside. Mia Masters actually maybe with a slight edge. Now coming down the middle. Looks like that's Hancock, is it? Caitlin Black, excuse me. Masters, Hancock, can't tell. That was very close. Mia Masters on the outside. Caitlin Black, possibly. Masters, 25.63. Black just missing out. 600th of a second in that one. Gelderman as well goes under 26 seconds. Sophie Hancock, 25.94. And Rejoice Inachima, 27.04 for the lady out of the Awamutu Athletics Club.
Could we get you to come up here to the top of the stand? You can come up through that door at the top of the stand or up.
So Nigel, I've just had word from the photo finish that there's a technical issue with the timing in the Para Women's 200, so we'll see what we get a little bit later. But for those that are waiting, we won't be able to bring you that for a bit.
So
meanwhile, winning time here for Maya.
frustrating just as we get this sorted out. Get set now for the men's 200. Again, Speedworks, our sponsor here. We get 3 heats. So there's Bruce Alexander. The sunglasses there. 154 the Hawks Club. Hano Nell. The throw there in the shot put. And now the long trick back, is it, for Hano? Has he got a bit of time? There he goes again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's my athlete of the day. If you're competing in 2 strength events that are at either end, got to remember 6 throws, 6 hammer throws, 6 shot puts with, what are we talking, 120 yard shuttle in between. That's a pretty impressive effort. And he's doing it, Tony Rogers, wearing a Hawaiian shirt. My man.
You're very impressive, all right. And that's the time when the meet directors get a little bit of trouble from these big boys for timing things together. But you can't suit every athlete when you're doing these field event placements. And, I'd say if he keeps his work up and we keep him on film, he might get a contract from the Sharks or someone over there in South Africa. What do you reckon?
Look at the Sharks. Let's get him hooked up with the Hawke's Bay Magpies for a starter. That's a good place for him to start. Nothing but admiration. As I said before, we've seen our multi-eventers who bounce around, and we saw that as well for Aaliyah Johnson. She was competing in javelin, then going down and competing in shot put. We've seen that. Brianna Stevenson was doing the exact same. This is what athletes do. They do it a lot. And it's great to be able to see them. And look, and he doesn't actually look that fazed by it. He looks pretty down with it, pretty happy. Get ready for 200s as we start to head slowly towards the end of the day. It's a beautiful day. Here he is, Hano. It's always fascinating when you go through and you look and you talk about the men's hammer, the record for the Porritt Classic is Stuart Rendell, that wonderful hammer thrower out of Australia. Here's Blessing Sefol. The head goes back. I'm not sure he's too chuffed with that one either. It just reminds just how impressive some of the performances here. The men's hammer record, Stuart Rendell at 75 metres 63. The women's record, it's only a matter of 4 years ago, by Julia Ratcliffe at 72.35. Broke the New Zealand record twice on that day. Very impressive performances. There's another man who's been running backwards and forwards. It's Quinn Motley. Well, we're giving Hano all the love. That gentleman as well has been shuttling back and forth to the shot put as well.
Great shot.
Here is Corin Hanning. So competing in the open. So para-athlete is Corin. Already had a competition today, doubling up and going again. Why wouldn't you? Come all this way, get a little extra work in. He's up for it. Now it's Quinn Motley's turn to scoot his way down. Gone underneath the... Here he comes. There you go. Not all heroes wear capes, people. Great work by Hano and by Quinn. Straight away. Down and straight to the circle. Back to the other end too. Back into the cage for the men's hammer throw. Harrison McGregor. Here's Quinn Motley. When you bring up the Athletics Live showing on both screens at the moment, one, he's in the hammer throwing cage, and now he's right in front of your eyes in front of the shot put. So at the moment, both these athletes. Here's Quinn Motley out of South Canterbury. Another one, Nigel Walsh, coach of the South Canterbury rugby team, might have his eye on him. Just by the endurance and strength.
So there'll be two athletes out there, particularly in the shot put circle, that'll be pretty happy with Motley and Nell dashing backwards and forwards, and that's Blessing Sefo and Liam Chukwulf, because that gives them a bit more rest between their throws. So with just a small number in the competition.
As we head back over now to the men's 200. So this sees Wayne Holroyd. See in lane number 6, Zion Samuels on the outside in 7, Gulab Singh in 5, and Bruce Alexander in 4. Really nice bend being run by Zion Samuels, and he's going to lead them in. Holroyd trying to run him down. Singh staying strong. Alexander finishing. Is it going to be young Samuels on the outside just to hold on? Here comes Holroyd. Oh, close on the line, not sure. Nice late dip. from the man from North Harbour. Did he get it? There won't be much in this. No. Samuels with a 23.84, beats a 23.86. Gulab Singh out of Waitakere with a 24.23. He just pips Bruce Alexander. Nice little contest there. The first of our heats.
Second place was Wayne Holroyd at 23.86.
Oh yes, just been pointed out as well by Tony Rogers. The win there for that at plus 2.8.
The strongest today. So
It's very strong. Van der Westhuizen clatters that one off the side of the cage. Nobilo to throw next.
17-year-old run for his money.
Just now is the shadows now encase the throwing cage away at that northwestern end of the stadium. Hano was next throw in the shot put. Couldn't keep it in the sector though. Disappoint Hano because that looked like it had a bit of distance to it. Hano currently sitting in third spot in the shot put. Best of 12.91 for Hano. Here comes Anthony Nobilo. So far throwing 66 metres 88 is his best. There he is, a little bit of a stretch, just trying to relax. Looks very comfortable. He's actually sitting and waiting for that 200 to start before he goes about his work. And away over that side. Lambert, Singh, Kennedy, Barnett, Everett and Witherford. And it is Gurpreet Singh. He's already had a good win earlier on in the day in the 100. There's another good throw as well by Nobilo, but Singh's going to win this one. Mark Lambert, the veteran, closing down on him, but with a good run, Gurpreet Singh. He's had two good runs today. He'll be pleased to head back over the Kaimais, the man from Athletics Tauranga. He doubles up. Nice win from the veteran Mark Lambert. Season's best as well for Gurpreet Singh, 23.22. Mark Lambert's on a season's best as well, 23.38. This new surface agreeing with a lot of athletes today. Let's look at Anthony Nobilo. His last throw was fouled. Rana Tafili out of Samoa. Currently sitting in third at the moment is Rana. She's got best throw of 45.98. It's still Nadia Kumara. She's got the advantage out of North Harbour Bays. 52.34. 52 metres, 34 centimetres. Leading Elizabeth Hewitt out of Mana. Sefel. Again, steps over. You can see the frustration. I think he just kind of senses, he knows it's there. His best today has been 17.6.
Para race, and in third place we had Zach Rialto from Pakuranga. This time 29. No, but from the 100.
Shot put continues. Here's Corin Hannon. Also got Elizabeth Hewitt competing down at the other end of the women's hammer. It's a white flag coming up there for Elizabeth, but she really fell away badly. What is called that just at the end there. As I say, she's less than a metre behind Kimirich out of North Harbour.
In second place we had Joe Smith from North Harbour Bays. His time was 11.85.
His throw from Rana Tafeli was 45.79, 45 metres, 79 centimetres. Just waiting to see what that throw from Elizabeth Hewitt was, if she chose to have it measured.
5.05% of the world standard. So really
48.5 metres. Head back now over for Last of our 200 metres open. Robertson, Lambert, Stringer, Scott, Berman, Sweeney, Velosa. Kurt Sweeney on the outside. Very familiar figure here. On the inside, though, running a beautiful bend. That's Cade Lambert. Down the middle comes Hunter Scott as well. Sweeney battling hard. Lambert on the inside. Scott trying to get to him. Cade Lambert's going to get the job done.
Very close there. I think it might have just been Joe
Work
Vernon
again.
grabbing that third spot.
22.27 for Cade Lambert. Hunter Scott runs at 22.44. I think Kurt Sweeney might have done enough. No, James Robinson's got him with a 22.82. Gives Kurt a familiar figure around this particular venue. Just missed him, 22.84.
So just confirming the result there. First was Cade
21,
Lambert,
nice.
22.22. Here Hunter Scott, 22.44. And James Robertson here from Hamilton Hawks, 22.82. Now we're going to try and find the 200 metre para result. And we'll call those out for Chris. So third place. So Zachary Orwell from Takaranga. His time is 29.5 and he is at 77.97%.
Field events at the moment, it is
World
still
standard.
Nadia Kiminich leading
In
the
second place, we have Mitch
women's hammer
Joyce from
throw.
North Harbour Bay,
From
who win the
52
race,
metres, 34 centimetres.
53.55, and
She's ahead of
Mitch
Elizabeth
was
Hewitt of Mana, 51 metres, 45.
And our winner
And a
is
tough
William
heading of
Steedman
Samoa
for
is in
Hills.
third spot,
At their
35
club, his time
metres, 98
25.15
centimetres. In the men's,
was
it's Anthony Novello.
95.79%
National
of the
champion
world
leading
standard,
66
and
metres,
personal
88.
best for William, so he
With the
is
advantage
right
over
on
Arno
track.
van der Westhuizen of North Harbour, 50.52, 50 metres, 52 centimetres, and Hano Nell, 47 metres, 33. Harrison McGregor, though, not too far away, only a matter of around 2.5 metres actually behind Hano.
Time required.
And the shot put, Blessing Seffel, the throw of 17.60. The moment with the lead. Lemon Chock Wolf just 30 centimetres behind out of Papakura, 17.30. Hano Nell doing double duty, as is Quinn Motley in shot put and in hammer. Hano's third at the moment, 12 metres 91. Reed Davidson with 12.85 is currently sitting in that fourth spot. There he is, Reed.
In second place from North Harbour Bay, we've got Corey Middleton.
So
His time is 21.7.
keep our eye on all the events taking place at the moment. It's shot put and hammer.
Ex-Rebel Lewis from Waikato City in the time of 21.39. So that's one by 400 metres earlier on as well. So
Lemon Chock Wolf moves in. Reed Davidson, he can improve slightly now. He's just 2 centimetres behind Hano Nell in third spot.
going to do the 100 metres now. You know, it might take me a bit longer to find that result. I'm hoping not.
Lemon Chock Wolf. So there. This will be interesting. Yes. Keep an eye on this particular throw here from Liam, the wonderfully talented thrower out of the Papakura Athletic and Harriers Club. Again, he's gone down that left-hand side of the throwing sector. 17.30 is his best so far. 17.60 from Blessing Seffel. See the instrumentation they use to measure. Wait and see what that.
We do have another 200 metre race going here.
17 metres, 11 centimetres, 17.11 for Lemon Chock Wolf. Missing Seffel. Can he put it all together? Wonderful talent. Final show for the big fella out of Avondale. Can he hold? Yes, he can. Head goes back. I don't think he likes that one either. Bit of a trudge out. Frustration, a little bit of frustration. There's the smile though. So, yes. You can see that there's a little bit of disappointment on his face as he walks through, congratulating all his fellow throwers.
Thanks very much, people. Thanks, officials.
So, 17 metres 92, so he's actually finished with his best throw of the lot. Body language. Yeah, obviously he was wanting just that little bit more, was Blessing Siffel. You see there. So just to the left of the throwing cage, you can see Danielle Aitchison. Still unsure on what has happened with regards to that particular. Well,
a reminder that people they feel it means that they have up, you can pop your keys down and carry the stuff back when you finish between the
well,
referees and the helpers and the officials.
we've got a time that's come up for Daniel Aitchison, and now that has actually disappeared. So I won't tell you what the time was. Am I allowed to say it was quick?
See if they could attempt to calculate the time from the start off the live stream. And so they have offered the young ladies an opportunity to run again, and it looks like some of them want to take that opportunity by the fact that they're lining up. So it's one of those unfortunate things that happens. I mean, we've had how many races across the competition today, and there's just something not quite went right with the technical equipment over there for the start with the Para 200. So.
Oive! That's not bad from young Anthony. Well, I guess it's interesting. So when the result came up, one thing that has popped up is the fact that the wind was +1.3, which means that is acceptable. It's inside 2 metres per second. So it will be interesting to see whether they can verify times that we are seeing. Because the time I'm seeing, as I say, is a very, very quick time. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that plays out. It is still being classed as unofficial. I'm sure we will get some kind of a word at some point with regards to that. So we will keep you updated on that. With regards to Danielle Aitchison and her time, as I said, ran one of the fastest 100 metres for a T34 athlete. Just an extraordinary time. She was only 400th of a second off the world record. So we see Rana Tafili throwing. There are two athletes that have chosen to run again in the women's 200 metres para, brought to you by the Gallagher Charitable Trust, and it is Sasha Eldazani of Egmont and Anna Stephen of North Harbour. Danielle Aitchison not choosing to, and understandable. Here comes Stephen. She'll get about her work. It's been a really good day for the athletes from Egmont. Nice little win earlier on in an outside lane. And here is Stephen, who's an athlete who's trying to really push and does push Danielle Aitchison every opportunity she gets. She's coming down to the line. She's going to come down at a very good time as well. She comes down. That'll be sub 30 seconds for Anna Stephen. She's classified as T64. Sasha Eldazani classified T38. And those will be good times as well. 29.59 for Anna Stephen. And 33 seconds, 0.03 for Sasha. There's, again, Elizabeth Hewitt. Again, just falling back, as was noted before by Tony Rogers. At the moment, she still just can't seem to track down Nadia Kubitic. We'll see what that particular throw. It's been fouled. So still Nobilo and Kimmich with the lead. Sifos won the shot put, 17.92. As we get ready now for our next event on the track. That is going to be the 3,000 metres as we're getting towards the end of our event. Just a few races to go. This, though, is an under 23,000 Women's National Championship. So this year will, I'm sure, be very, very hotly contested. Have a look at these athletes. Again, it's another very good field that has been brought together. Just a field of 10. Good quality in there. Have a look, some of the times you've got Poppy Martin, who's run a sub 10 minute 3,000 metres. Of the times that we have available to us, Poppy's got the lowest time, 9 minutes 54.15 seconds for Poppy Martin out of Lake City Athletic Club. So we'll see. So one to keep an eye on too. Charo Heinen, Tauranga, Quinn Motley. You see these athletes currently in the hammer throw. Here we go. This is the field. That's Alice Smart. There you see the 317. That's Poppy Martin, New Zealand Secondary School representative. They're just getting everybody in their right lane. Chato Heinen there in number 260 on the outside. Zara Geddes, Hill City there, 239. Emma Ward just ready to start the stopwatch alongside Scarlett Robb. Sasha Letitia run just over 10 minutes. There's a PB of 10.05. Interesting to see how all of this plays out, but it will be Poppy Martin that everyone will be keeping an eye on. Running in the New Zealand Athletics secondary schools, I should say, singlet. Sun starts to dip, the shadows lengthening. In terms of the breeze, just very pleasant conditions as everything just starts to wind down. We've got national championships for both the men's and women's under 20. Finish off with the 1500 metre events as well. And we're away. So the eyes will be on the likes of Sasha Letitia and Poppy Martin in particular, as I said. Poppy just quite happy to just slot nicely into the middle as Indy Williams out of Auckland leads them through. A bit of movement there as you see Poppy Martin just get to the outside shoulder of Zara Geddes. And just let Williams have a little bit of a lead down. Just leading them through just their first 200 metres. We've still got 7 more circuits to go. So Williams will lead them out. Bunch though quite happy just to let her go. So the athletes will be probably watching each other a little bit will be the likes of Poppy Martin and Sasha Letitia, Alice Smart, Chato Heinen as well, Heinen I should say, out of Tauranga. So it'll be interesting just to watch how all that plays out as they work their way through, getting through to complete their first 400 metres. They've done that in around about 80 seconds. well. No change either in any of those hammer events. It's still Kummerich from Hewitt from Taufeli in the women's, and still Nobilo from Van der Westhuizen from Nell in the men. Williams continues to lead us down. This is the women's 3,000 metres New Zealand Under-20 Championship. So Poppy Martin third at the moment, just tucked into the gap behind Zara Geddes from Hill City, who's second. It's Indy Williams leading them through. Then Martin, then you've got Smart. Letitia just sitting there as well. Some two Tauranga athletes. It's Ella Smart and next to Letitia's at the back, excuse me, apologise for that. Looking very comfortable at the moment. They reel in Indy Williams. There's a change at the front. Again, the person just covering every single move at the moment is Martin. As they come around that top bend one more time. Stride lengthening a little bit. Everyone looking very comfortable though. Very pleasant conditions. The temperature has dropped. The humidity has dropped down a little bit as well. Just a very pleasant evening for running. Continues to be Zara Geddes leading them through. Then it's Poppy Martin. Then you go back to 260. And that there is Charo Heinen. So just looking there, Scarlett Robb currently in fourth spot. So they work their way through as everyone sort of closes up a little bit as Indy Williams is shuffled back into the pack. Geddes just a good steady pace at the moment. So Martin looking quite comfortable, more than happy just to sit behind. And someone else do a little bit of work. Here she is, 317. As we see them just working nicely. They just make it look so easy, don't they? Very calm and relaxed. Sliding up there is Bridie Estero, the University of Canterbury. She's just slotted into fifth at the moment as they now start running single file. And behind it's Geddes, it's Martin, Heinen. Back there, I think that's Scarlett Robb that's slotted in. Yes, it is. And we go back to Estero. Letitia just starting to move through, the athlete from Takapuna. There's the leading 7 athletes. Let's break away. It's a wee group of 5, just getting a couple of metres there. Tisha might just want to just up the tempo just to make sure she grabs onto the back of Restro, who's at the back of this quintet leading at the moment. Zara Geddes just looking very comfortable, pacing down that back straight. Martin's just looking, sitting, waiting by the looks.
Yeah, some good young ladies in this field, Nigel, and they went through 1500, the halfway mark, in about 4:56:57, so they're just under 10-minute pace at the moment, but I think there'll be a bit of action shortly.
Well, at the moment, as I said, it was a leading quintet. Now they're just managing to drop off Restero. Now it's a quartet at the front. Geddes leading from Martin, from Heinen, Robb. She's trying to hold on. Back at the moment, just wants to come out a little bit onto the track. Just trying to hold. Now that trio, bungee cord, just stretching slightly, and now it's a leading trio as they manage to pull away a little bit from Scarlett Robb. Geddes, Heinen, and Martin.
Just drop back a little bit, which is one athlete that's snuck through here. Javelin
around that far turn onto the back straight once again. You can see the competitors in the Under-20 Men's National Championship warming up as well.
There's that of Hill City.
And looking really comfortable as well, not stressing. Martin looking pretty mellow as well. So too Heinen, the PB of 10 minutes and 5. Geddes with a PB of 10 minutes and 3. Martin, sub 10 though, 10:54.
So through 2K and 6:37 approximately for these girls. So they're just tracking under 10-minute pace. 6:40 is 10-minute pace. So they're going to go probably close to 9:50 mid if they finish off strongly. But it's warm out there still, even though the breeze is moving around a bit. But it's nice and calm on that bottom corner, which is important when they all make their big move on the final stages, I'd say.
As they come down, 800 to go. Geddes just ups the tempo slightly, just asks a wee question, says, young ladies behind me, what do you have? Are you willing to come with me? And Poppy Martin says, damn right, Skippy. I'm coming with you all right. And Shadow Heinen says, don't you forget about me. I ain't going anywhere. And Martin just looms up on the shoulder. His faces the breeze a touch. Their way down the straight now. Martin moves to the front. Shadow Heinen trying to go as well. Geddes hanging in there too. Now it's Martin's turn just to ask a wee question. As we come down, 500 metres to go. Down to the bell. Martin in front. Heinen from Tauranga moves to the outside of Geddes. 4:50 to go. They'll get the bell as they come through. Last lap of the New Zealand Championship for the 3,000 metres for under 20 girls. These young women still looking very strong. Now it's a bit of one lap tactics. Who's got a little bit of strength left? Who's run the race they want? Who's at the point where this is the area they believe they've got the strength? Martin extends stride. Geddes going too. Heinen just starting to be dropped off a touch. Martin just, that expression hasn't changed all race. Geddes is now starting to feel it a little bit. Inside the final 200. Heinen's going to have to settle for the bronze in this one. Martin just continues to slowly accelerate and ask the question if Zara Geddes out of Hill City. And she can't respond. But she's still close enough if she's got a kick. Martin leads them down the home straight. The time's going to be another good one by the looks of it. She accelerates. She's got this. That has been a lovely display of middle distance running by Poppy Martin. And she has absolutely blitzed her personal best and season's best. That was just delightful. Tony Rogers, a delightful run.
Yeah, very strong last 600, as I thought they would only run sort of around 9:50, but she's come in around 9:46, so that's telling you how they upped that ante in the last stages of that race, particularly the last 500 or 600 metres by Poppy Martin.
Well, the first two have both set personal records. 9:45 for Poppy Martin, so that's roughly 9 seconds off the data that we have been presented. Zara Geddes has gone sub 10, again for the first time in her career. 9:47, 9 minutes 47.09 seconds. Then Shadow Heinen, who again is another athlete who was on the data and the records we've been presented, hadn't broken 10 minutes. I think she would have gone well under. We'll keep an eye on that. I don't know if they actually haven't got a time for Charo there, but that's a wonderful performance. There on your screen, that is your New Zealand champion over 3,000 metres for the under 20 women, Poppy Martin, in just a beautifully run race. And there she finally smiles, her expression changed. She gets must have got a thumbs up there from Diane Roger.
Poppy Martin's winning time was 9:45.23, which is
Start looking now for the men's equivalent of the under-20s. You see the field, 12 athletes entered. Conroy, Andres, Wilkins, I should say, Moore, Dobby, Ruth, Abusal, Field, Brown, Oliver, Wagner, and Atkinson. And we're looking at some of those times. Sam Ruth, sub 480. Nice little rip all along. Sorry, 840, excuse me. It's good times. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. I was going to say Ruth, that's another second generation, third generation athlete probably.
Yeah, he comes from fairly good lineage. His mother's was Jess Wright, now Jess Ruth, of course, and Ben Ruth from Wellington, a well-known middle distance runner. So he's showing a lot of promise, this young boy at 14, I think he is. So good to see how he.
Metres under 20 championship, all under 10 minutes, well under 10 minutes, all under 9 minutes 50, and all of them setting personal bests. So quality. A little something there for the lads to be able to try and match. Some finals as well with regards to the hammer throw. No change pretty much from around those first rounds of throws. Nadia Kumarich has held on out of North Harbour Bays with a throw of 52 metres 34 to beat Elizabeth Hewitt by around 80 centimetres, 51 metres 45 centimetres for Elizabeth in second. Orana Taufili out of Samoa, 2 centimetres shy of 46 metres with her best throw. And over in the men's standings, it was Anthony Novelo, 66 metres 88 centimetres, well ahead of Arno van der Westhuizen of North Harbour with 50 metres 52 centimetres. My man Hanno Nell, he comes in third, 47.33, just holding off Harrison McGregor, whose best throw was 44 metres 93. That really concludes our action in the field. So now all the action that remains is on the track. 3 races, the third of which is the 3,000 metres men's under 20 national championship. 12 athletes, and we finish with the elite women and the elite men over the glamour distance of 1,500 metres.
So the interesting thing for me, Nigel, in these distance races, particularly these young 3K runners, men and women, is that they've all got really strong cross-country backgrounds during the schools program that they've been running in, and some of them are going to be New Zealand reps, either at New Zealand reps at the World Schools Cross Country or even at the World Cross Country in the open grade for under 20. So it's the same for the men and women, and they've really built their reservoir of aerobic training over cross country and performing well on the track.
Just before this gets underway, we have a time for Daniel Atchison. It is still listed as unofficial, and I will caveat that. The wind speed reading for the run over the 200 metres by the world champion is plus 1.3, which makes it a legal time. If it is ratified, there was an issue, let me just stress as that race gets underway, there was an issue with regards to the timing in that particular event. But the time that has been set by Daniel Atchison, or has been recorded at the moment, it stands at 27.8 seconds. That is hand timed. If that is accurate, it is within the wind speed mark. It's less than 2 metres per second. If that is the case, that's a world record. Because the world record held by Yinting Shi of China is listed at 28.17. Now that is going to have to be ratified, and because of the timing issues that were had, that's probably going to take a wee while. So when I say a world record, it is unofficial, it needs to be ratified. But a stunning day for Daniel Atchison. She has run one of the fastest 100 metres of all time, and then, subject to ratification, she may have run the fastest 200 for a T36 para-athlete of all time. And that is a really good start to her season if that is the case. It is just a shame, Tony Roger, that we have to add so many caveats when saying that.
It's a shame, but that's unfortunate for technology, and of course, it's the way we go. We rely on technology so heavily, but yeah, there's a strong case for the hand time and calculation which has been done off live film. So we'll just see what happens with that as we get into this junior men's 3,000 championship now.
It's a very good point. I do just want to add that the timing for my favourite New Zealand running record, Sir Peter Snell's 800 metres in Christchurch at Lancaster Park on that day, about 3 days after he set the world record at Cook's Gardens, my hometown in Whanganui. That was hand timed as well.
Oh,
and that one stood up okay.
Yeah, that was what are we talking about? 60 odd years ago, and we didn't have electronic timing in those days. It was a bunch of hand times which you had to calculate with about 5 stopwatches. So we were good. We're good.
If they had the modern timing, I reckon he would have gone quicker. Just saying.
I'd say if they had the modern shoes, we would have gone quicker, all of us. Yeah.
Let's get back to this one because this is the national championship as well for our under-20 men's athletes. We've just seen a wonderful run by Poppy Martin. So glad you're with us here as the Porritt Classic 2024 starts to come towards an end. We've just got 2 more races at the conclusion of this one. Well, this is picking to be a pretty good run. That's Caleb Wagner, who's leading at the moment out of Pakuranga, who's got a nice wee lead at the head of the train. 7 athletes running line astern at the moment as we see Sam Ruth just make that move by the looks, just slotting into 3rd place there.
Yeah, so they've gone through the first K in about 2:47, so they're getting close to running 8:30. So that's a good pace, a good steady pace for these athletes to come home strong off.
So at the moment it is Wagner, Caleb Wagner out of Pakuranga, leading at the moment. Tucked in behind there in 2nd spot. It looks like I think it's Louis Andres. Out of the Hamilton Hawks Club. Sam Ruth, it looks like, slotted into that 3rd spot. And a good look at them as they come down the home straight in front of us. Let's have a look there. And it is Louis Andre who sits in 2nd, and it is Sam Ruth who's sitting in 3rd. Then we go back to Xavier Brown, is it? Actually, no, that's Alex Kabusau, who's just actually been passed by Nick Dobby, the athlete out of Egmont Athletics. And as he did last lap around, Sam Ruth just moves up another spot. Basically, as he's come past the start-finish line, Ruth has moved from 5th to 4th, 4th to 3rd. Now he's gone from 3rd to 2nd. And he's got Caleb Wagner in his sights. So the genetic side of it does help, let's be honest. Here comes Wagner leading. Ruth very comfortable sitting in behind. Then Louis Andres in 3rd spot at the moment. This duo now just starting to pull away from the athletes in 2nd and 3rd. That's Andre and Nick Dobby. Louis Andres. So as they make their way down, and let's see whether or not Sam Ruth decides, well, I've passed everyone at the start-finish line the last couple of laps. Do I want to slide in front and run my own race for the remainder of this one? Sitting really nicely at the moment. He says, no, I think I might just sit behind this big fella, let him do a bit of work.
Yeah.
Breeze isn't that big down the back straight, but why not?
Fairly mature race here by this young 14-year-old who doesn't turn 15 for another few months, so I guess he's been given some pretty good instructions by those at home.
It's remarkable, isn't it? 14, and he's more than likely, if he can maintain what he's doing right now, probably going to be the men's 3,000 metre under 20 champion.
Oh, I'm sure Caleb Wagner will have a little bit to say with that. He's been very bold and strong out there.
Well, it's going to be down to these two at the moment. Dobby's moved past Andres into 3rd spot at the moment.
So they went through their 2K in 5:40, so yeah, they're right on that 8:30 pace at the moment. So if these boys kick down, they'll be very happy, all of them, to run anything under 8:30 for under 20s.
Yeah, well, they've got just under 900 metres to go now. They get to the start-finish line, 2 laps. So it is still Wagner. The colours of Pakuranga Athletics. Behind him, Sam Ruth. wearing the colours of Athletics Tauranga. He's quite happy at the moment. Working hard, the pair of them. So too is Stephen, our cameraman, again getting great shots for us there in the background. Wagner, mouth open, still very controlled though. Sam Ruth. Wonder what the instructions are for him. Dobby trying to bridge this gap, which doesn't seem insurmountable, but he's got 500 metres in which to do so. You suspect that that's going to have to be some final lap and a bit to bridge this gap. Wagner continues to lead. Ruth continues to sit.
Yeah, so these boys have definitely picked it up, Nigel. They're going to run around under 8:25 if they keep the pace going over the final lap now. They've really ramped it up, the two front boys. So Wagner will be trying to break Ruth because he knows Ruth's got a good 800 metre kick.
Well, they come down and now Ruth moves to the outside. I tell you what, the group there, they're still in shot. There could be a chance if these guys have gone a little bit too keen and a little bit too green. Ruth continues to sit. Wagner.
Definitely a good battle on there. Remember, these young lads are racing for medals. This is the New Zealand Under-20 Championship, so good battle for the gold, and it looks like a really good battle for the bronze, although they're not completely out of it yet.
Wagner continues to lead. Ruth there, that's the gap you can see. The man in second to the chasing pack of three. Now Wagner tries to put a bit of a burst on. He tries to break the young man, and he's done so, Caleb Wagner. Ruth sitting in behind. Has he got anything to answer? And it doesn't look like he does. Wagner's been at the front and he's controlled it. And he's going to finish it. Mouth wide open. Gasping down the air. There's nothing there for young Sam Ruth. Don't worry. You've got about another 6 years to win this event. But that's a super run. Caleb Wagner comes down. Great time. 8:30. That is brilliant. Ruth will go under his quickest either and sliding in there for third spot. What was a very, very good finish. Get that confirmed for you. What a wonderfully controlled race by Caleb Wagner. Getting the job done. Waiting for the results to come through. Just confirm who was in that third spot. Oh, brilliant running again. Just a little bit different. We saw Poppy Martin. She was quite happy to sit and control from that second spot, whereas Caleb, he was really the one out there controlling, pushing. Caleb within 8-minute 31.08 second time. Sam Ruth's gone faster than he ever has. He's run 8:33.63. As Kubusau of Tapuki's actually coming in third. He's got the gold medal. He's just managed to out sprint Nick Dobby.
Yeah, we didn't pick him up in the white singlet. I wasn't sure which club that was, but it was Az, and he's got a good cross-country background, and actually I think he's off to the World Cross as well. I just got to recap on that. So it's good to see those guys running probably all PRs except for Caleb Wagner there, so that's a very good result.
Well, so far we're down to the 6th place finisher, who is Louis Andre, and aside from Caleb Wagner, everybody else has run a PB. And everybody else is feeling it, having run their PB as well. Wonderful work, like the banana socks as well from Caleb. So now we move on to the 1500 metres for women. This is sponsored by BCD Group. And this here is going to be another very good field. It's a big field if everyone pitches up for a 1500 metre. The likes of Tilly Hollier in there, Catherine Camp, of course, a TA girl who resides elsewhere. Dennehy and McDermott, Bo Ritchie. She's going to go well. Nika Arledge as well. Holly Manning. Just going to see how this all plays out. There's a few names in there. So Have a look in there. Holly's down the bottom. I was going to Chris, I think you might be actually just saying, we're whispering that in my ear. Holly probably the pacemaker, is that what you're
Yeah, well, we saw her run 400 earlier, so I'm picking that's what she might be added to the bottom of the list for. So we'll see how that unfolds. We haven't been told that unofficially, but that's a good layman's guess, Nigel, at this stage of the day.
It's really good to see all these athletes coming through. Also as well, here's the other one as well. Kaida Oya out of Japan. So a little international flavour here as well. This is going to be really interesting to see.
Don't
So there you see them over at the 300 metre point. Nika Arledge, one athlete to look out for. The 483. Oh, Richie will be another. 392 running in the local Hamilton City Hawks colours. Shatina, he goes okay over 1500. We know Catherine Camp does as well. Holly's been running pretty good. The makings of an interesting contest.
And the women's race.
So these final two races to go. Plenty of interesting things just to keep an eye on. Of course, we talk about the Olympics, Paralympics, there's that World Juniors as well. Athletes trying to punch their ticket to go to that. And you're doing a little bit of work with regards to Bo Ritchie, probably. Tony, you think there might be a number she could be looking at with regards to today?
Yeah, well, she's did a very smart 800 at the Porritt Classic back at mid-January there, and to me, actually, I had her as my pick of the meet at New Zealand secondary schools in December. Just the way she ran, was such a mature attitude, executed her races brilliantly, and took a double down there. So yeah, she opted out of coming to the Capital Classic last week, and I think the freshening up it'll do her good to run here in a home track. And she's qualified over the 800, so I'm sure she's going to have a crack at running 4:27 for the 1500.
And that would qualify for the World Juniors in that one. That would be lovely to see. Well, there's a pretty good field assembled here. Our penultimate race of the Porritt Classic of 2024. Thank you so much for your company over the course of our live stream broadcast. We have to say thank you to the Hamilton City Council who have been involved with helping sponsor this particular live stream. Got a shout out as well, the guys on the gate as well. They were pretty keen for a shout out when I wandered through. I've been sitting there, they haven't got to see it as much as they've want to. They've done a great job down there, so lads, thank you very much for what you've done to keeping everything under control down there.
So looks like Holly Manning is the pacemaker. She's looking at a watch, so that's a sure sign that that's what she's in there for.
Okay, so what do you think they're looking at? What number should we be looking when they go through the first 400?
Well, Tilly Hollier ran really well in the Women's 3000 Championship last week, and she's got a best of 4:20, so I'm picking they're going to be heading out around 4:20, if not a little bit quicker. But we'll have a look and see what they go through the first lap and give a prediction.
So it's always helpful when you got Rogers, who used to do a bit of galloping over this area back in the day, so he knows exactly what they're looking for. So Holly Manning at the moment pacing them through. Just keeping an eye on that time as they make their way round. I'll give you that first split with regards to the first 400 metres. Looks like they're going to go through in around 69, 70 seconds.
Yeah, so 72 is 4:30, so they're going to be, around that 4:20 as I expected. 69 will be just a tick under 4:20 if they keep this pace going, and the pacemaker's not taking them out too strong, but just spreading out the train nicely. And there's some athletes like Tilly Hollier and co tucked in behind.
Manning it is who's got the lead at the moment. So Tilly Holly is quite comfortable, sitting in behind. Now here comes a couple of bodies moving forward, moving around. Outside of Peyton Lee, who's now slotted back into the 5th spot. So Manning leads them through. Then Tilly Hollier. Just in behind there. Look, I think there might be Nika Arledge there in 4.83. Might actually be Bridget Dennehy. Could be both of them, actually. Couldn't see the number of the second athlete. Just looking nicely as they stride their way through, coming to the 800 metre point. They go through 800 metres in around 2:16. Manning continues to lead. How far will she go into this?
Well, she's doing a really good job, and they're running under 4:20 pace at the moment, around 4:15 almost, to be fair. So, and it's interesting, we talked about Bo Ritchie, so she's made sure she didn't go out too hard, but she's easing her way through the field, and she's gone through 1K and 2:40. So that's a really good pace for her to be hitting to get that target she wants as well.
So as you just look there, you see Peyton Lee, who's in the white and the blue at the back. The athlete coming through behind her, you might get a glimpse as Holly Manning pulls away. That's Bo Ritchie. So right now at the moment, it's Tilly Hollier. Then we drop back to Bridget Dennehy. I think that is Arledge sitting in 3rd spot at the moment as they come and get the bell. Well in 4th. Bo Ritchie coming across as well, so it'll be interesting to see what that time is. She's going to have to get a wriggle on for the final 400, but she's got a gallop in her. But right now, this is Tilly Hollier's race, and she has been quite happy. Runs for the Whippets. It's a very appropriately named running club. There she is. We also see as well that other athletes stepping to the side. I want to see who that was. Just stepped away for whatever reason it was. It might have actually been Cara McDermott. We have misidentified her and Nika Arledge. But here comes a good finish because Holly is starting to get chased down by Dennehy, and she's been gobbled up. Bridget Dennehy out of North Harbour. It's a really good run.
It's a very good time coming in here, Nigel.
Me, is it what?
4:16, 4:17, 4:18 for Hollier and coming through.
Bo Ritchie's coming through as well. You said she wanted 4:27.
Yeah, and she's got 4:25, so another World Junior qualifier for Bo Ritchie.
And she did it with ease.
Yeah, she ran a very smart tactical race. Didn't go out too hard with that early pace and moved her way through the field. As I said, she really has learned how to execute some great races for a young athlete.
Bridget Dennehy, though, the winner of the women's 1,500 metres at the Porritt Classic. And a great time as well. These times are absolutely outstanding. Straight away, we're looking at the first 5. 4 of them with PBs. Dennehy, 4 minutes 17.28 seconds. Hollier, 4 minutes 18.53. Peyton Lee with a 4:23.62. She's gone quicker. Bo Ritchie, 4:25.6. And then Imogen Barlow as well, 4 minutes 31.7 seconds. She's just run a personal best as well.
So they were very, fortunate. They've had a really good, mature pacemaker in Holly Manning, and took them a good 900 metres or so. So that helped, and obviously the conditions. The flags are just looking a bit more limp than they were in mid parts of the afternoon, Nigel. So it all sets up nicely for a men's 1,500 final event on today's program.
It's a wonderful event. There's Cara McDermott. Yeah, she deserves the hug. That was a great run. It was a really, really great run. As we look now for the final events, it will be interesting to see. There's one name that is listed. It stands out. And that is the name of Samuel Tanner. What his role is going to be interesting. There's a lot of whispers. Is he just going to go out and do this, that, and the other? Is he even here? I guess we will find out. See plenty of the Whippets running club t-shirts. There they are. There's the squad. Gee, they've got a bunch of them, haven't they?
Yeah, it doesn't make it easy for commentators, does it?
If this job was easy, everybody would do it. And this is good fun. That's part of the challenge. There you see, as you have a look, you go down to number 8 on that list, Sam Tanner. This New Zealand representative has been in outstanding form, and it really doesn't seem to matter what distance it is. The question, of course, is if he is here. Well, sometimes these things may not get the athletes turn up. Keeping an eye out, looking. He's listed in the Athletics Tauranga, so he might be in that bright green.
Usually it's Puma shirt.
We'll see if we can catch him for you. That's a good field. Monk, Sorori, Sinclair, Lamb, Clay, Gearman, Tanner, Wall. There he is. We got him. See the big blob of hair there. There he is. That wispy moustache. Like a 16-year-old trying to impress a girl at school. That's the best way I'd describe that moustache. I love the commitment to it though. There he is. What's he going to do though? There's talk that I just might lead them out and pace them. I hope not. I want to see this guy run 1,500 metres every time.
Yeah, well, in the field's Liam Lamb, who paced him last week in the 3,000, so he might be doing a favour back. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see. And I'm sure Sam will get out there and decide how he's feeling as well. But I know he's definitely wanting to help some of these young guys get a good time tonight.
Well, he's just a delightfully effervescent young man, and again, he's another wonderful example of just the spirit of athletics. He's just always wonderfully positive, exuberant. If he's had a bad race, he'll talk to you. If he's had a good race, he'll talk to you. If he's had a in-between race, he'll talk to you. And he's just a really nice young man who's going places and yet remains incredibly well grounded. Let's continue to work their way through, get everybody set. You see Daniel Prescott from the Selwyn Athletics Club. Great to have him here. So that's some good talent in this one. I say the proliferation of the Whippets Running Club. That's the white. We may have quite possibly seen a world record too, but that there will all shake out in the fullness of time. Sam Tanner strides to the front.
Liam Lamb second.
Liam Lamb slots in directly behind him. And so we heard Tony Rogers say that possibly Sam Tanner is doing a bit of a solid for his mate. Paced him through the 3,000 metres last week. He just leads them through. Gorgeous running style. I know running is easy, but there are some people who just make running look even easier than what it is.
So they're right on even pace, as we call it, which is 60 seconds a lap, which means that these boys, they want to run a sub 3:45, most of them, and if they go out in 60s and then kick home, that's what they'll be looking for.
As they get to the 400 metres, bang, and it rolls over. Again, I guess that helps when the bloke pacing you is an international calibre athlete like Sam Tanner.
I do recall about 40 years ago an international paced me here to run a pretty fast time. That was a special day on the 29th of February 1984. And we'll see if you can guess who it might have been. He was an Englishman that used to come out here a lot in Hamilton. We became very good mates since about 1977.
Over the 1500 or the 3?
1,500 metres, and he was a pretty special 5,000 metre runner. Anyway, we're watching Sam Tanner leading Liam Lamb, and they're going through, and as I say, just a tick over even split.
I was going to say, at the moment, the pacing for this thing is absolutely bang on. And this is going to be... The great thing for... Look, we know that there is obviously the athletes there who are going to be battling for the win, but there are going to be some other athletes in this field going, okay, they're learning a lot just by being involved.
Yeah.
With Sam Tanner doing this. I think they were right through on 2, were they?
2:01 for Sam, and so the train is spreading out nice. So there's a lot of lads, if they just run sensibly here, don't get excited, they're going to get some PBs in these conditions with a pacemaker like Sam Tanner.
Well, you've got David Lee lurking there as part of that Whippets running club, just sitting nicely. Tanner just looking so comfortable. If he decides to go, it could be interesting, but we'll just wait and see what happens. It's David Lee sitting, and then you've got
Liam Lamb
there, I think, is that
Lamb running in second.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. It might be Jack Payne, I think, in fourth. They get the bell.
3:46, 47. So these guys, they see what they can come home in. It's been nice and even for them, so they shouldn't have burned too much early energy.
Sam Tanner at the moment is just going along really nicely, sort of up the tempo a bit. Is he going to step aside or not? He's absolutely gliding at the moment.
So we've got a change in second place there now.
Sam Tanner just sliding along very, very nicely. It's David Lee who's moved into second spot.
So Tanner was 3:15 with 200 to run. We'll see what he carves out the last 200 in, but he's just pulling the train around. They're spread out, but they're still all running nicely.
David Lee trying to run down Sam Tanner, but Tanner's just decided, this is a bit of fun, I'm enjoying this.
So it's great to see Tanner running here in the Waikato, where he started his career, urging the runners on. Great lineup for third place here.
Nice time. Lee gets second. You could argue he's got first in a way, but listen, they have come through. They've come through at a great clip. That is absolutely brilliant. It's Sam Tanner who brings the curtain down on the Porritt Classic. Pacing in a way, winning, you could say, in so many different ways. David Lee's come through in a PB. Sam Tanner with a 3:43.13. Benjamin Wall's come through out of fielding into third spot as well. There he is, just one of the good humans of New Zealand track and field, one of the good humans of New Zealand sport.
So we're looking at the times clicking up here, and they're all PRs in behind Sam Tanner so far. So that's what the sort of guy is. He made sure that wasn't over strong for these athletes so they could run even and see what they could do.
So Lee with a PR. We've got Benjamin Wall who's come through, personal best.
Daniel Prescott, National Schools Champion, the Filbert Bay run at the New Zealand Secondary Schools. Look at that for a time.
Liam Lamb comes through with a season's best. Jamie Mora with the personal best. Sinclair's with a PB. We're down to 7th. And we're just getting these little maroon boxes with the different letters in it. That is wonderful. The 8th has come through as well. Jack Payne is outside, but goodness gracious me, that is outstanding.
An exciting thing there, Nigel, is about 5 of those runners are all under 20 and they're all running in the mid 340s now, and that's going to give them huge confidence.
Well, it's a nice way to finish, because now the opportunity as well to socialise a little bit too. And it has just been a superb afternoon of track and field. I've seen wonderful performance, world-class performances from Daniel Aitchison. Just 0.04 of a second outside the 100 metres world record for the T36 100 metres women. We believe possibly has broken the world record over 200 metres. Unfortunately, there was a glitch with the timing system for that one race, but we are looking now for some kind of verification, ratification. So when we say world record, it's very much unofficial, and there's a lot to be sorted. Then we finish with a couple of cracking 1500 metres. Cara McDermott taking out the women's. Sam Tanner pacing through multiple personal records. We've got 10 so far, and season's bests as well. Absolutely outstanding, and a lovely way to finish another Porritt Classic. There's another one to Liam O'Donnell, who came through sub 4 minutes in 19th spot. So great work by Sam Tanner. I think he'll be absolutely chuffed with regards to that. Well, it's been an absolute delight to bring this to you. It's been produced by the good team at Happy Moments Media. I've got to say a monstrous thank you to Ben Rogers for his production work. Big thank you as well to Tony Rogers, who's literally done everything, a bit of commentary, a bit of catering, a bit of sorting out other stuff right the way through. In particular as well, three of the hardest working guys here this afternoon, our camera folks. To Stephen, to Harley and Yun Tae, they've done an outstanding job too. Our thanks to Chris Strange as well as the event organiser. Our thanks to the Hamilton City Council for their support of this live stream. Plenty of great track and field still to come in New Zealand as we lead up to the National Championships later on this year. But on behalf of the team of Stephen, Harley, Yun Tae, Tony and Ben, Nigel Yolden wishing you a very good evening from Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. We'll catch you again soon. Ka kite anō.
All the rest of them, which would be 20 of them, all broke 4 minutes for the 1500 metres, so that's pretty good effort. Well, thank you to that young lady who's bringing the table across there for us from the long jump. And there is somebody